It's my proud privilege to welcome you all on behalf of the academic branch of SGT University in this one-day workshop where we want to discuss openly and thoroughly to take on some learnings to have a concrete action plan. And the topic is leading SGT University to the next level. And I hope the details are already with all the deans and it has been discussed on various occasions, and we are prepared to make the presentations. So without taking much time, we are already 15-20 minutes late. So I'll request honored guest of the university since last 3 months, Dr. J.D. Singh, to give us guidelines for today's and tomorrow's work. And we can start with the first presentation. Sir, I'll request you to open up the session.
Back and with all of you, and thank you very much for joining in. Thanks as always to both the chairman and J.D Singh, who's joining us shortly, and to the BBC for the opportunity to be once again with all of you. The agenda for today's meeting, rather workshop, is quite different, and very rightly I think one of our very dear friends said, today is the day for you to hear. And I'm looking forward very keenly to as to how our experiences and interactions have culminated into something which we all want to do. I just want to limit to very few words at the beginning. We have a beautiful vision statement, pretty comprehensive, exhaustive, and I think inspiring. It might be a ritual, and perhaps you may still say, yes, it's a ritual. But there's a merit in looking at the rituals, which we often take it for granted, and later sometimes question even the wisdom of having those. I thought much before we get on to this great workshop today and tomorrow, can we just go through the vision? Because to make this document operational, to own it and live by it, of course grow by it, and that's where we're talking about the next bit, it's very, very essential that we remain dedicated to the vision that the founders of the university lay down with us as implicit partners of acceptance. Any soul searching would have to be on some of these parameters. So may I request each one of you, please, for the sake of ritual, read along with me some of these bullets. Can I request you? Yeah. Number one, to impart higher education of international standard to meet the changing needs of society. National standard to meet the changing needs of society. To achieve the national and international stability of for our, and that's very important, innovative academic content. The innovative part is very, very important over here, and that's probably why the workshop and all that you are putting to provide opportunities for higher learning, for better career opportunities. That is not education, but education relevant to industry, education relevant to start your own enterprise, entrepreneurs, education relevant to furthering the professional pursuits you come for, and education, of course, for employment, for better quality of life. That's where the relevance, the point we were emphasizing earlier, becomes very, very critical for us. To make academic as well as professional education innovative and research oriented. The last part is a big challenge to us in India. For research in India somehow still has been much lower than the potential we carry for various reasons, and that's not the forum to talk about that today. But sure, somewhere the implication has to be, can I gradually push up the bar on research as well? while we continue to be dedicated to teaching, and we have already made an excellent mark in the world at large. To improve literacy in Haryana, with a special focus on female education, this has a direct bearing on book admissions. This is direct bearing on the risk which gets perceived in higher education when females in particular leave their home and come to the campuses, and so many associated things come with us. And also it means social deprivation, which of a girl student happens perhaps much more than the boy student when they leave their home to come and stay in the hostels and so on and so forth. How do we work on it? To create competitive and cooperative environment to enable students to excel in their endeavors while respecting diversities. It talks of living with diversity, not mere gender diversity, not mere cultural diversity, in fact even aspirational diversity also, which is becoming very, very critical, and perhaps much more than that is a social diversity. Each one comes from a different background, from a different learning environment and family, and when they come over here, for many of them, it's the first time they've entered a university, the first time they're studying along with, of a level they couldn't have visualized. So perhaps each one of us become a role model for them, and perhaps a strong mentoring and counseling becomes a very, very critical part of it as part of our daily menu. To develop centers for excellence for developing the cutting edge technology in all fields. Of course, we're saying all fields because we're multi-faculty university, so one will not like to, but the idea is let each faculty put research and excellence as one of the items to contribute to. Even we do in a humble way, I'm sure we'll be a mite to get a mite on to groom and nurture students for leadership roles, and I think that's very, very critical. Only organizational behavior courses cannot turn out a leader. Like communication skill courses cannot only be taught by a communication faculty. Each one of us communicates, and hence each one of us builds up and go on in all spheres of human activities. I do not know how much focus we could have given on all spheres of human activities, because ultimately it does not mean success in the course, success in getting placement, success in life. It actually means success as a human being. And that's a much bigger, much taller order. So even if we gradually move beyond success from the campus to success in placement, we're in the same direction. Success in the career, I think, would be the next phase with an entrepreneurial a job one. And then comes in, sure, success in family life, if one supports the family, or a success in human life. That's where the issues of morality come in over here, and many, many more things, while ethics being just a step on the way. I'm sorry if I've taken your time on to this, but believe me, any strategic improvement you want to do, you have to somewhere go back to the vision. You have to each time ask yourself this question: am I contributing to the vision, or am I drifting away from the vision? It may be inappropriate at this time, because we find once again a lot of origin to all this is not just limited to our Vedas, to our holy books, even to the battlefield, even in winning wars after losing many battles. And that's where the need comes in. How do we, and that's why the workshop comes in, how do we go on to work forward this vision? For the context keeps on changing. If the context keeps on changing and vision is to be realized, the key link comes in the strategy. What strategies do organizations use to keep living up to the vision or upgrading the vision further and yet managing the context? Perhaps changed by that context of higher fees, greater premium on time, that some of the global universities went on to experiment with online education. I was looking at one report, a global report, which dates about 3 years ago, and in North America alone, over a third of the enrollment has gone on to online education. Good or bad, those points can be debated together, but the fact is, if 1/3 of the enrollment has gone on to those, and there are 5 major education providers who have attracted a bulk of them, then I think the deans and the presidents of those universities must have been visionary enough to see the change on the horizon, build a strategy, set up online administrative programs, set up infrastructure that today they have been able to garner a much larger number, and 3 of those have found the universities have been able to manage a turnaround from going into losses to meeting costs and going beyond. You thus need a strategy to grow. A strategy which does match with the vision gives a haphazard growth, and we once again lose track of. We teach our young students distinguish between what is urgent and what is important. Urgent gets attended on, important keeps on getting postponed. Neglect of a vision only results in being busy in the university administration and teaching and research day to day, leaving the context behind, losing sight of the vision. Our purpose of the workshop essentially is align ourselves to vision. Your suggestions later to improve further, to upgrade further, to add more to how you visualize is all part and parcel of ours. After all, opportunities create more challenges, and challenges in turn gear up for more opportunities. If that is so, we look into that. Online was just one reference I mentioned. Perhaps about 20 years ago, one rarely heard a foreign university going and setting up campuses away from the place of origin. In fact, about 40 years ago, setting up a second campus wasn't something talked about rather. So a university will set up, will have only a campus, and will keep on serving the community from the campus and so on. The need came in, why not we move? Why make people move? For various reasons, one will not like to go in over here. Today we are talking of international campuses coming up. Today we are talking of not online education, we are also talking of open wares of the education profiles, the curricula, the content and everything else. Somebody is visualizing the changing context, building a strategy online, building a strategy to go on and cash on it. Thanks to internet, I hope many more virtual worlds are becoming possible. 4 preambles and then we get started on the discussion. Number 1, improvement is easy. Continuous improvement is the purpose. I'm saying it humbly for a simple reason. This workshop, I'm sure, will have some payoff. You will have the warmth, you will have the heat, you will go on, you will implement it. But we all know that with passage of time, a month or 2 or 3, some of the bright ideas will get experimented. Those successful will get adopted, implemented, stops over there. That's what I'm saying. Improvement is easy. Anytime as human beings we get determined, we always make a change, we always make a positive change, we make an improvement, but we stop with that. Innovation or excellence doesn't come with these kind of break-ins from time to time. So I repeat, improvement is easy, continuous improvement is the purpose. So carry on the flame, carry on the review, carry on subsequent improvements as you go by, but make it periodic, set a timetable, or nobody will ever have time for anything. Number 2, a road to construction is always under growth. And hence, road to growth is always under construction. You make changes today, A year later you will find, oh no, I think this can be done more to this curricula, this approach in teaching can be changed like this will turn out to be more effective. That's where continuous improvements keep on feeding in, and we keep on working on, keep on improving, keep on revising, keep on upgrading. And we find many a time, I've seen my old papers, I'm sure you would have also, I'm sure, my God, 35 years ago I could write like this, have I improved in the last 35 years? Or how did this idea come to me at that time, and why did I not pursue it further, and so on and so forth. All these things keep happening. Step number 3. Any route to growth has 2 phases. Phase 1, consolidation. Phase 2, expansion. I repeat, any route to growth has 2 phases, or has 2 parts. Part 1, consolidation, or stages you could call them. Stage 1, consolidation. Stage 2, expansion. Consolidation means taking stock of where we are. We all have done very well. We have been rated very well as a private university. We are fast growing. We are getting recognized. We have become multi-faculty. These are no mean achievements at all. And all of you have contributed, so compliments to all of you. Yet we all might have noticed, oh no, this is where we can do a bit better. This is where we can be one up on, or a leg up on. First phase, consolidation. All the gains we have, let's not lose them. Let's consolidate them. Let's strengthen them further. And then we say, all right, now let me expand. And expansion once again takes on 3 different modes. Horizontal. Can I, within my faculty, add more courses? Vertical. Can I go on to higher levels of sophistication in learning? Means master's courses, research courses, doctoral courses, postdoctoral courses, and so on and so forth. Or turning up research centers of excellence, etc. Moving beyond to that. And of course, diagonal. Diversify. Newer branches, newer modes, including online, you're talking of combining these virtually, or sure enough, setting up campuses abroad, or perhaps having third-party arrangements, some foreign collaborator and SGT joins hands together, and we set up campuses, maybe in some parts of Africa, and so on and so forth, and keep moving on. All these are parts and parcels. But the most critical resource to leverage is the talent. In the case of a university and industry alike, it is people who make the change, who take us to a next orbit. So talent is the critical resource. Financial, infrastructural, these resources follow the vision and the talent who is there to implement the vision. As we get on to consolidation, my last observation, as we get on to consolidation, it means consolidation of quality of instructions we offer, coverage, content, pedagogy. If the vision is to groom and nurture students for leadership roles in all spheres of human activities, then the success criteria will be not how many graduate in the first attempt, perhaps better, how many get placed in the second level, how many get placed with the inspiration or aspiration they came for, perhaps a third level to go up, and then how many of them succeed in life. If you start linking it up, it grows up. The bigger the interpretation, the greater the motivation to make it happen. And we all go on further to add on, even in limited way, to improve literacy in Haryana. And that means, once again, we belong to the soil. Are we contributing something to the society? A social face becomes very, very critical, more than anything else. With these observations, I request you to please look back once again as you make the presentations over here. And we would like, in each faculty, if each of the respected deans may ask one of their colleagues present over here to also keep jotting down any points of deliberation that might come in, so that you could further work on those and not miss them in the heat of discussion. Thank you very much. Looking forward to a very, very exciting workshop and a lot of leads for further thinking.
Chairman sir, Singla sir, PVC sir, and respected Dr. J.D Singh sir, Dr. J.D Singh, Madam Kohli, all my colleagues and friends. Well, I wanted a pointer. Anyway, now the topic of today was taking SGT to the next orbit. Thank you. Present orbit and let me talk about something like what Dr. J.D Singh said in the same line. I will try to also talk with the line he showed. Every slide will have something of the orbit is going. Please see that. Why SGT University? Because this is the only university in Gurgaon. Therefore, they once being the only university, it's through the education, which is the most pivotal one for a growing economy, SGT can singularly dictate the future talent pool. That's what the expectation. Because with the education, we can really dictate the future talent pool. And if you look into the 5-year plan, the 11th 5-year plan had 6% of the gross domestic product as against less than 4% earlier. That means slowly we are giving importance to the education pool. And look at that of 12th 5-year plan, it's about 174% higher up than the others. That is to this higher amount of money. Now, about the mission and vision, we had a lot of talk about mission and vision, and therefore I had to take the reference of J.D. Gilbert. It's a WHO handbook on training of health professionals, and this in our entities, in National Teachers Training Course, we think that is the red book of education. And J.D. Gilbert was reprinted in 1991 again. Now, according to that, the vision is to have internationally acclaimed products. That's our vision for SGT. And the mission is the faculty and student ratio should be 1:15 to 20 as per MCI. This is for MBBS, but internationally it is 1:10. So we have to reach that level. And MD, MS, MCH or DM, it should be 1:1 per person. Initially I will talk about medical science and then I enter into the university also and all the arenas as much as possible. And this is internationally acclaimed research and healthcare services. That's the second mission. And the course curricula compatible to international standard. That's what is the mission, is the way to meet the vision. And the growth we want by regular teachers, professional training, faculty advanced courses, research facilities and funding, and encouraging attend conferences and publications. These are the primary part of the mission and vision. And we have to have the support standard of UGC, the AICTE, as well as the NAC and MCI, Ayurvedic Council, and Dental Council of India, because we have to pass through them. Otherwise, we cannot even reach the orbit of India. We have to cross the orbit of India to enter into the next orbit. medical science is concerned, the learning objectives, specific instructional objectives, teaching guidelines, course content, lesson plans, case studies and clinical materials, and functional teachers training sale is mandatory and is structured, fixed as well as per MCI. So we have no other way to learn away. There are few more things which is not seen in any other subject than in medical science. All chapters in all classes, in all prescribed books are mandatory to remember. We cannot forget anything. That's the difference between medical science and the other sciences. And the doctor has to treat all patients and all diseases. He cannot say that, well, I didn't read headache in final year, so I cannot treat you. He has to treat all cases and all patients. However, extra guest lectures or special studies and workshops and seminars are also done over and above than these, so that we have the newer knowledges. Because once upon a time, for the heart attack, we were doing open heart surgery. Now we are just managing with a stent. Even our Prime Minister Manmohan Singh had 8 stents at one go. So things are improving day by day, so we need all these things for the medical science. But anyway, the structured, fixed things are available by the MCI. Now coming to the orbit, Copernicus gave the first information about the orbit, so we are now entering into the orbit. Now what we want to do in this orbit, that we want to hand over the best. Hand over the best means, if you see, this is the significant, the region-wise educational sectors, and it's highest in South India, but North India is no less. Since it's the data of 2020, SGT University is included somewhere here. So we are not excluded when we enter into the arena of Copernicus. Let us go to the next area, bringing reforms for universalizing the quality education. This is also the 12th five-year plan. This is taken from the 12th five-year plan. That's achieving the higher access to education, promoting parity at all levels, reducing the regional and disciplinary or gender imbalances, as Dr. J.D Singh said, strengthening of infrastructure to provide greater access and retention, and promoting the quality and excellence through capacity building and capability enhancement initiatives. Now, I'm not entering into the capacity building and capability enhancement issues because this is not the point to discuss here today. The next is support the curricular and academic reforms with the impetus to the vocational education. Now, we have to have the vocational education also along with. I will give some examples. And promoting the private sector participation. Here comes the role of SGT again, because this is private sector participation. Oh, sorry. Now, in doing all that, we have to avoid the parallax. We all should see similar. One should not see that the sky is, or the hills are behind the tree and somebody says it's closer to me. We must have to avoid the parallax. And avoiding parallax means the quality standard of world university. That's how we can avoid the parallax. And for this, the implementation of system across the university for evaluation of students' performance through a continuous internal assessment and semester system. And some of our faculties do have this. Revision of the course curriculum every 3 years with continuous updating to reflect the needs of the market. That's what is something we are not doing, and we can do this. Continuous course curriculum. Although we cannot do much in medical science because we are fixed, our hands are tied, and we are tied by MCI. Then redesigning the national and state level eligibility test for recruiting only qualified faculty at the entry point. At the entry point, all faculty should be qualified, and that should be tested nationally or at least at the state level. Introducing education Sakshat, a portal for addressing everyone's learning need, from the students to the teachers, to the teachers to the students. Any student wanting to talk to some teacher can talk directly. That's what was just mentioned online. That is Sasak. The next is coming to the planetary movement by Kepler. That's what that talks about accessibility. How can we access that? And that is the low-cost device. This is by Government of India. The low-cost devices like tablets such as Akash, Akash 2 and mobile phones to be distributed to harness power of the internet to the students. And implementation of and utilization to help increase accessibility of various remote regions so that we can reach to remote regions, maybe online. And construction of an information highway connecting 2.5 lakh villages through fiber optic expansion and opening education resources and providing courses online. That's the next stage, because we are going to enter into the next orbit. And development of a strong communication infrastructure to make students capable of working with machines and carry out lab experiments or online experiments. Again, going to the next orbit of here, what you are seeing behind. And launch a metaversity university project to allow the students choose the courses their interest across the disciplines from the different universities. They can choose from the different universities. That is what is collaboration international, what J.D Singh was just saying a few minutes before. Establishing the tribal school in the university to cater to the learning of the tribal population. I have seen an university which is there in Bhubaneswar, that is also a private university. What is important in that university is the tribal school they run, and that is free of cost for all tribal people. The food, the stay, the education. And that university is attracting the attention of all over the world because of that tribal school, not any other part of the university. Starting the Rashtriya Ucha Shiksha Abhiyan or RUSA to achieve the national gross enrollment ratio of 25%. This is by the private universities again. So therefore, there is another scope for the SGT to enter into the next orbit. To set up polytechnics, job-oriented courses, handicap professional courses centers. Maybe this is another corner that we have never thought of. And this could be something which can add to next orbit. Now measuring, seeing the transparency by Galileo, what he did for the orbit. Now, enhancement of various bills like education tribunal bills, accreditation bills, and unfair practice bill will go a long way in supporting of reform agenda in higher education by SGT. This is another component we have to think probably. The second is introduction of a mandatory accreditation system for all institutions and faculties. I don't know, that's the better word rather, whether NAC has given any accreditation to us or not. If not, we have to have it. And setting up an independent regulatory academic cell in the university for higher education. That's what are my suggestions. I may be rejected outrightly. But we have to have an academic cell separate, which should take into consideration of all courses of the university and make the academic content put into that, talking to entire international conditions and develop the academic courses. And that's how we can improve our own self. That's what is transparency by Galileo. And coming to the Isaac Newton, who measured the gravity, let us measure the gravity of ourselves, what we have. Look at the graph. These are the universities which are growing 1951 to 2011. They are growing like this. The colleges, the enrollment of the students, what is lacking is actually teaching staff. We have to have good faculty staff, and that is what is more important to enter into the next arena. The best part of it is a SWOT analysis. If we go by Chanakya, he said, Satyam vada priyam vada ma vada satyam apriyam. Tell the truth, which is very lovable, or everybody will like it. Don't tell the truth, which no one will like. But once we do the SWOT analysis, we have to take some unpalatable things into consideration. And that is where we can improve. Measuring the unpalatable system or curing the unpalatability. And that is what is SWOT analysis. Introspection is mandatory for the next orbit. And if we have something deficient in us, there's nothing to be worried, because the Rome was never built in one day. The Rome was never built in one day, and SGT might take some days to be built like Rome, but then that is a step to the next orbit, so that we do not have any eclipse. Thought speaks of strength of SGT. The multiple strengths we have, you can see the figure here. Only university in Gurgaon, it has 15 faculties, good infrastructure, well-oriented organizational system, sustainable financial system, optimum equipment, all departments with good faculty, particularly for faculty of medical sciences. I must say that my faculties are not bad, they are very good. And this has been probably observed by Dr. J.D Singh when he was observing some of our projects. Now, we can have comets and eclipse, therefore we have to think about the weakness. The weakness is NAC accreditation improves the status of the university. So the next orbit, the next thing should be accreditation of the NAC. The hospital needs development, all of us, we know it. And strengthening the faculty position improves the quality in all faculties. Strengthening the faculty position is a must, so that it improves the quality. Laboratories need to be standardized, the reference labs, as per regulatory bodies. I don't know, but I don't think that our laboratories of the hospital are standardized by standard laboratory regulatory bodies. And specialized units need to be developed, particularly in medical science. The specialized units has to be developed, cardiology, nephrology, all that, because these might have comets thrown on our orbit. Now the opportunity. Foreign collaboration and exchange programs. That will definitely make ourselves identified internationally, and also taking our education to there. Admission to foreign students to this university might bring not only the name but also funding. Consultancy by faculty members. Faculty members of this university should go for consultancy to other places and can bring a name to the university. That's another stage ahead. And develop UGC centers of excellence. I'll give you some examples of UGC center of excellence. The telemedicine of SGPGI. There's not necessary that entire medical college should become UGC Excellence Medical College. But at the same time, different units can become centers of excellence. The telemedicine unit of SGPGI, Lucknow, is a center of excellence by the UGC. Same as Kalazar unit or HIV AIDS unit of IMS BHU are center of excellence by the UGC. They are branded and it's written there, Center of Excellence of UGC. And virus research, VRC Pune, is a center of excellence. Dr. Arora would agree with me. And epidemiology of CMC Vellore is a center of excellence. So these are areas, maybe in part, but they are center of excellence. And at least one center of excellence of SGT University in one of the faculties might take SGT University to another arena of the orbit. And the threat is fund crunch and staff availability and stability. What is important, as Dr. J.D Singh said, not only availability of the staff, but keeping the staff along with us. The more we go with them, the more they work, because rolling stone gather no moss. If everyday staff are coming and going, university is not going to improve. Well, this is the lady for which I am there in Gurgaon, and I'm not going to leave Gurgaon. She is my granddaughter, and let's have some suggestions from her. The most beautiful lady says, fundraising and modeling, they are one of the important components of taking SGT to the next orbit. Now this is funding through PPP funding by private bonds or equity or by the trust. But PPP models do exist in this country. And Sikkim Manipal University, established in 1995, is the first PPP university in this country, which established between the Mangalore government, the hospital of Manipal, and the government of Sikkim. And now Sikkim Manipal University of Distant Education is well known all over the country, and they have their own huge campus. I have gone to that place and I have seen them. Their engineering college, their management, medical, and all other faculties are there, and they have been growing every day in and day out. That's what is the fundraising model for adopting PPP model. The next thing, there are other 4 models by University Grants Commission, which they have suggested. If I am shooting the time, I will not read. I will read only the headlines. Otherwise, I can read that, or anybody can read it.
I think that will be better.
Yeah, this is basic infrastructure model. That's number 1. The outsourcing model. That's number 2. These are models by the UGC. The equity or hybrid model and reserve outsourcing model, reverse outsourcing model. These are the models which will take us from one orbit to probably other orbit with our focus. Now these are the popular equity private deals, and these are Ajim Premji Private Fund and the New Silk Route, which have really invested in the university. So these are some of the models to the tune of 200 crores and 131 crores. So these are areas where we can look into taking the university to the next orbit, making SGT a global hub. That's what Dr. J.D Singh was pointing out. So I thought it is time to talk about making SGT as a global hub. Why global hub is possible? Because the number of students enrolled outside their country for citizenship is growing very fast. It is now, in 2000, this data was available to me only up to 2009, and that's from 0.08% it has increased to 3.7%. So if we have some areas where, did I disturb you, sir? No, okay, thank you. So if there are areas where we can work, maybe we can really invite university students outside from abroad, and they can work here and do bring name to us as well as fame to us and money. Next is contribution of overseas students in India. This much they contribute. I am going faster because I might shoot the time. And overseas projects. The target nanoparticle project of biochemistry department of Banaras University, which is a department of excellence again, has a project where they are treating cancer cells by targeted medicine through nanoparticles on the surface of the platelets. Got 90 crores last year. So that money comes to the university. So overseas projects, and this is a project from Germany. And International Anorectal Salya Chikitsa of Ayurveda is a international collaboration of anorectal surgery in Ayurveda, and that's from, again, Germany and France combined. So they are going for that. So these overseas projects can also bring money to our place. And collaboration with the industry. The physics department of BHU, which is UGC Unit of Excellence, is making water-run motorbikes for Hero Honda. The water-run motorbike that Hero Honda declares The machine is coming from the physics department of Banaras University. One can imagine how an university can really put its input into the industry. That's where it is necessary. Have a nice day, and this is my son. Thank you very much.
My curiosity is that going to the wrong direction or the right. But the thing is that you said everywhere that the standard process, academic process adopted as that being guided by that MCIE or other accreditation agencies. Though as per that my little knowledge, what I know that they are saying that they are set up that processes, they are saying that, but if we are going over and above then those processes, then they are not objecting in that. So I want to know that whether that this medical faculty of medical sciences is having some kind of division or kind of that prospects to do that such kind
The
of.
question is wonderful. I told about the Department of Biochemistry, which is getting 90 crores from Germany. That's beyond MCI. And when you go beyond, they declare you as the center of excellence. That's what it is. As simple as that.
A few moments to make some observations. First of all, Dr. Prabhakar, thank you very much and congratulations for an excellent presentation. And all the more certainly making each one of us to get to the class, the Copernicus and the Galileo, to walk to the different orbits, and of course not to miss the Newton and so on. Thank you very much indeed, and thank you very much for a good backdrop on the state of higher education in the context of India, though QS also got a reference for the right reasons. The job has been well begun, but probably somewhere I failed in communication, and my apologies to all of you. Or could be for paucity of time, one couldn't go on to the next phase. In this workshop, the intent essentially is to have a backdrop, but related to your faculty. How at our faculty we intend moving to the next orbit. What could be perhaps our step number 1 or step number 2? It could be, sure, we need 5 years and 10 years to move on to that, but where are we moving our next step on in the same direction? That's where the strategy is required, and that's how we need to move on. Wonderful references got made from Gilbert, and I'm very happy to revisit him again. For example, among the suggestions, the first suggestion was a regular teacher's professional training. Perhaps that will be the first point to begin on. Very rightly, I think you mentioned even twice that it is not that we need to attract the talent. It's very, very critical we retain the talent and retain them happily. Is right? Nothing like professional development, which then builds up a strong glue of an individual with the institution, because I feel I am also professionally growing and I'm getting an opportunity in this place to build myself up. And I think in a wonderful academic career, all the publications we do ultimately remain our publications and improve our net worth or brand much more than the university's brand could improve upon. But of course, the university which keeps such people who keep on growing in itself gets a much more than the rub, as we call it. So maybe the point would be for the faculty to pause on what kind of new faculty development initiatives we need to take next few months, or next 1 year, or next 5 years. So that we all say, yes, we are moving on to prepare ourselves to move on to that. If not, then it becomes once again an intent, and I hope we do not achieve any results by merely good intent. It's the actions which make us. So if any of our colleagues from the faculty is jotting down, please, your plan of action has to include faculty development. What kind of a roadmap you like to build on? I'm not saying everything is to be done within 1 month, but sure enough you could roll it out and say, all right, that's critical for us. second level, third level, and we work on maybe a 2-year plan, maybe a 3-year plan, and so on and so forth, so that the funding could also be provided for, and whatever other support is required, one could work on to that. Maybe you would like to say, we would like to hold an international conference for which we will have invited papers, and our internal faculty will also be motivated to contribute to a paper. Now, writing a paper for an international conference is not a matter of a weekend, it takes hell of a time. Maybe it needs some amount of research support also, or some seed grant also. One could then accordingly look into each of those as project items and keep on building for. But we do know 3 years later, if we have an international conference, that's going to be the output, and that's how we disseminate it, and that makes a notch further in the same direction after moving to the next orbit. Faculty advanced courses was the second suggestion from begin with. Now, if the faculty advanced courses, we then need to internally review at our faculty level as to which faculty has put in how many years, which are their aspirations to grow on, where such an advanced course could be possible. Should we think of sponsorship? Should we think of holding it in home over here? Should we think of tying up with somebody? I think could be worked on, and that's where we work on exchange programs, collaborative programs, and so on and so forth. I mean, once again, referring back to the time when we set up the International Management Institute in India, we wanted to be international, and we wanted to be international in management, not in trade. That's how we distinguished, if some of you know, from the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade and so on. We do reference to them. And then we thought, all right, why not we then look forward to those areas where you have the best of the faculty and the research centers available, strive towards building up some relationship, and you move on. So maybe if you could identify those advanced courses, these advanced courses, once again, very rightly, sir, you pointed out, could once again be linked to the center of excellence we would like to set up on. So if BSU have set up the center, sure enough, it didn't happen overnight. It took them more than 17 years to be in the process to go on so far. So it's only identifying now, then we select faculty advanced courses, move in that direction. So let the faculty meet once again, deliberate on them, build up a criteria, and then say, yes, I think that's where we would like to go on. We also went on to certainly clarify that everything is mandatory, though you once again clarified on the point. I think it's mandatory for the very simple reason we say avoid parallels. You are dealing with a human being, which is very critical. Even 1% mistake in surgery, we know what could cause. So there cannot be a view from the left and a view from the top and a view from the side. Although 360-degree views have to focus on the Arjuna's eye, if I could say so. If this is so, this is one part because that's mandatory. English has a beautiful word which comes from experience, desirable. Essential is less than desirable. Essential is less than desirable. Your desirable has to be much more than MCI. Your desirable has to be much more than UGC. Very rightly you said, and that's how they become centers of excellence, which means they go forward. So at SGT, how we would like to stretch the mandatory. We do the mandatory, that's the minimal. That's the minimal, like breathing. But how do I do right breathing? How do I do right breathing? How do I encourage people not to breathe from the upper part, but to also breathe from the abdominals? And what kind of exercise they must get into that? I think we need to identify in each courses, and to me, much more than the content is the pedagogy. A teacher, believe me, has a monopoly in the classroom to deliver instructions in the manner in which every student understands. I hope I did say in the last meeting, the purpose of a teacher is not to teach the class. Good teachers don't teach the class. They teach each student of the class because each student has a diverse background. Each student has a heterogeneity in terms of level of understanding, conceptualization. So how do you make them understand even that mandatory thing is making you have your own communicational excellence? So let the faculty once again meet and talk about. And very rightly you said, whether you have tribal or whether you have more people from Haryana or whether you have people from the so-called inclusive criteria, means people have a good intellect, good attitude, but do not have necessary preparation. How do you make them understand them? How do you make them do that? So make a change in pedagogy. You can always do it. No MCI, no AICTE, no NAC will come into that. It is for us to work on, to carry on with that. A revision in curricula we do every 3 years. Very rightly you pointed out. Wonderful. Is it time now to get set? To find out what needs to be added on? To me, honestly, going to the next orbit, the purpose of the workshop was we lay out an outline as to at our faculty level, this is the direction, these will be some steps we would like to move on to work on. Low cost accessibility through Akash 2. A question for us to ponder. Do our students get their reading material on Akash? The answer is no. So when we will make it ready? When will we make it ready? 2 years time, 1 year time, 3 year time. So that accessibility is not something as an access that we know. Accessibility is when we have it, when we use it, and we then move on to see how can we better use it. Otherwise access will be, sorry to say that, like earlier Government of India's plan of electrification. And we did say yes, electric wire passes through a village, village is electrified, they never saw the light. So we don't want Akash to be there as an experiment and then we say it's accessible. Accessibility is when my student will have all the reading material on the tablet. They will be able to do assignments and submit it online. I will have evaluation done and for them go on. And thanks now to the global interpretations of the Copyright Acts, they are allowing you to quote certain portions, to give a chapter of a book even as part of the reading material. If some of you would need that, I can provide you the latest clarification which has come in on the Copyright Act. So for teaching purposes, they are allowing teachers, professors to go ahead, cite the source you're doing, and you could do a chapter of a book even. Or if a chapter is of 40 pages, you could do 40 pages from different parts of the book also, and you're not infringing any of those things. Then there are large many references where you can give a cited reference and quote unquote and carry on the activity. So the fear earlier of copyright infringement through tablets and so on is also being clarified, demystified if I could say so, and is working on. So my faculty agenda could be, all right, we do these kind of practical experiments. How long will it take us to put it on the tablet that people could even do it from the home, carry it on, see it through and work on to that. Until then, we do not. Labs as a reference, I think is a wonderful point. It's a point in the right direction. I think we should work on. And of course, SGT as a global head, hub, I would only say Ministry of External Affairs has an Indian technical education cooperation with a huge number of countries, probably over 100. We have been using them at our institutions, and we used to, right from 1985, we used to have more than a third of our class coming from the foreign countries. Many of them were fully paid up by the government. For 1 year program, they're able to make all boarding, lodging, pay you for all the tuition reasonably, for the hostel also, and plus provide them the per diem basis. Now they also have now opened up for 2 year and 3 year program as preferred universities, and we could always register over there, work towards that. But once again, somebody from the faculty will have to take the initiative, get on more specific details about what kind of certification they require, and then go on. This part of a job, our administration may be very capable and competent, will still not be able to do, for they may not be able to pronounce even some of the terms which we use so very usefully every day in our life, that they will be able to find it out. So I think we could go and probe on to that. My request, a great beginning has been done. A tremendous ground has been covered. But what my faculty's action plans are, what will be my growth strategy, how will we outshine whom as a benchmark are the areas which need deliberation. As I said, the road to growth is always under construction. So to me, this presentation is a work in progress, and I hope very soon the second part will also get shared with other class. I'd like to share whether some of the practices this faculty has been doing, you have tried doing those, and whether your results have been positive, not so positive, so that we could ask them as to how do you do it so well, and we could then look forward to improving upon those. For example, the point got made, how does senior faculty work along, motivates and leads the junior faculty? So maybe your question could be, hey, come on, how do you do it? Have you built a mechanism? How often do you meet? How often does a senior goes along with the junior to the first semester or the first year classes? What do you do there together? You're doing small lab sessions, but the seniors also coming over there. If they come in, what kind of a role do they play? Do they play a role as to where my junior faculty is going to make a mistake and hence admonish him over there? Or do they know this is ticklish, maybe the fellow is new, let me see he does it better? So maybe if you have some of these queries, like he could answer as to how well they do, or maybe he gets a point further to further enrich on. There's a continuous way of doing it. But a mere silence would mean, yes, we all believe in what you do. Believing doesn't take you to your destination. No. Believing is not even being faithful. Sorry to say that. So how do we walk onto that? I think it's critical. He emphasized a lot on interacting in an informal way, whether it's excursion is involved, cultural programs are involved, and so on and so forth. Has it resulted in more participative learning in the classroom? Has it ultimately affected their preparedness level and they come better prepared? If so, I think the wonderful gains we are making. So maybe you could have a question on that. Please do ask. Please do ask the question. Maybe you can give a supplementary to a point which he made, though he overemphasized by mentioning it, but not underemphasizing others, that look at other institutions which offer the best infrastructure. Talked of China, maybe Korea, maybe Germany and so on. Could be some of us would have been lucky to have visited other dental colleges also, or the colleges we come from. And we could have seen better infrastructure in parts over there. And we could say, oh, no, in my school over there, I think this was the facility which was better. Why not share that? So that also gets upgraded for them. Please interact. I'm saying this, sorry at the cost of time, I'm saying this because if SGT has to move to the next orbit, it is the entire university which has to move to the next orbit. It can't be one leg moving forward and other leg losing out and hence pulling it down. So there has to be certain common parameters of quality where every faculty and every department has to stand up taller on those, and then each one could further excel depending upon the capability within or the aspirations the university might set for them. But a minimal has to be common for all. So what my friend just shared, is this the common denominator in all faculties? If yes, fantastic. Then we'll ask him, sir, please do the next job. Where do you intend to go forward from here? If there are gaps, that they're doing some practices which you find are good, or you heard them for the first time, and you would like to have them for your faculty, ask them details. Mere silence, I mean, frankly, is a waste of time. I'm not worried about me.
Sir.
I'm worried about you. Your time is more productive than my time is.
Sir,
And please don't waste your time.
may I intervene?
Yeah, sure. So stated in Canada, parent teacher is an integral part of the duty of each department, each area chair, and of course each faculty to be present over there. And I tell you the abuse of that. The abuse of that has been, parents come in, they do not contest on why the child is not serious in the study, but the first point is, why did my child not get A+? Please, why did my child not get A+? We say child is not getting A+ because of this, and we document more, and in last meeting we reviewed it. Are we not wasting our time into jotting down some of these things which don't need to be? And hence we say, mere parent-teacher association meeting is not productive. Put parents online and send them a weekly snippet on the behavior of their child, academic, psychological, physiological in particular, and if there is a different case. So we are now in small format, each of us having observed the student for 2 hours, 2 sessions in a week, 3 hours, will send a report if something is lower than the average or something will not make him to go for a better grade. So let parents come in and not ask you the gaps. Parents come in and say, how could you help us?
Exactly.
In
She
making
just tell you what
the
the
child
issues
better.
are, a couple of them, and how they're being
A
handled.
second point, just supplementary. While you have a complaint in India, and I was also a party to the same, that there are too many class hours. There are too many class
We
hours.
mentioned that.
Yeah. The problem in that part of the world is how can you give them more learning hours? Please see the difference between class hours and learning hours. And learning hours means beyond class, more projects, more exercises, more readings, more quizzes, more interactive sessions. So they come in and say, why not include this? And that's a delight, that's a treat, that's making up a teacher. And I would see somebody touch on it. Yeah, sure.
Sir, what PTM, what we are, sorry about my voice. The intention of this PTM, what we are holding over here is not only to make parents aware what the students are having or what the students are undergoing during the college hours, but even the teachers are coming in a very close contact with all the students. So the way we have divided our students with amongst all the teachers, it never happens that it is only the first year staff is dealing with the first year student and a final year staff doesn't know where my first year student is. So what happens actually is the way we have divided, even a final year staff, a teacher who is teaching only final year student is aware where a first year student is, what he is doing and what he is undergoing. And because of this, for all 4 years, the students are in constant touch with all the teachers. There's a personal rapport which develops. At times we have come across that the students who are not able to actually express the ideas with their probably subject teacher, they come and speak up their problems with their mentors, and that can be resolved at a very low level. It never gets to a greater extent. So this mentor-mentee program actually helps in smalling issues at a very base ground level rather than it gets flared up. Second, the way we are having PTM and the way Sir has modified our program to a very good extent, what has happened is now the parents have also appreciated because they have come across or they have the knowledge what the child is doing. Times have changed, parents' expectations have grown up. It never happens that the parents are not bothered. They are bothered about each day, each minute, what the child is doing. And because of this mentor-mentee program, we keep a track of the child, we inform their parents, and thereby we are communicating with them at personal level and at even your electronic level. Okay. The more what we need a shortcoming is to have a better software programs installed in our university so that if there is anything, immediately that message reaches the parent on their mobile, on their emails. That would be a better way of developing it. Parents back out. They refuse to accept that they have been informed. So if we employ this electronic media, more of record keeping, we are in a better position to defend ourselves in front of the parents. What they expect is the child has to have very good marks, the child has 100% attendance. So if we are informing them in time, we are informing them at regular intervals, we will not face these problems at the end of year when the final results are out and the parents come up with an issue like why my child has failed or whatever is the reason.
But I would like to thank our So, I'll
and almost 200 colleges for PG training and teaching. And you also mentioned that there's not been any patent so far from these things.
no, I didn't say not any. I said come.
For the last 10-15 years, there's not much of a development in that aspect, sir.
Yes.
over a period of time, we have seen that there has lot been new techniques and development in dental treatment, particularly implantology and all these things. As a member of this university, I would just like to know what are we planning from Faculty of Dental Sciences, which could really take us to a level where we could find some patent and all these things. So do we have anything of that sort in pipeline?
Yes,
Or do we
sir.
just go like that?
No, we have. But to reach international standards, to take out something really good of international value, you need to set standards. For those standards, you need to have, at the same time, you need to learn to document, take out, and give that kind of commitment and effort. Right now, like Sir said, I would say that we are in a consolidation state. This comes post consolidation into expansion. If we have consolidated well, I'm sure with, like let's say any department or any branch, you can work up and take out a particular characteristic of a material that you're using, and hereby, see, we are not talking about a breakthrough innovation like an LED light or anything, but a product that you're using, you can throw some new light, a new principle which can give you a better result. For example, if I stitch the gum in a different manner, it might give me excellent results which so far have not been seen. Now, unless you have documented research, you have done that, you have proper photographs, nobody is going to believe you on the platform that you are going to speak. And that is where we have. For example, we started with this, departments don't have cameras. Now you can't have one PG taking with a mobile phone, so, and the other taking and then data not being collected and wo PG pass hoke chala gaya. See, you have to set up your research methodologies and maintenance of data, software, all these things are very, very imperative.
So, sir, are we on to it now?
Sir, we are on to it, but it's like, it's got to like, Dr. Mahapatra said, Rome was not built in a day, but yes, it can be destroyed.
Thank you, sir.
So that our students may be in contact with alumni who may have done better or he may have achieved some higher level. Do you have that?
And he said, all of us do research kar rahe. I am also weak on that. I mean, let's put it, more or less, all of us are not very good at presenting our things. There's a research gate on the, I just went in, I used to keep forgetting my password. The other day I was telling that I just put around 8-10 of my work and I got around 18 citations. Now why don't we use these engines? We don't do it. Now over a period of 10 years I've got around, let's say, 60-80. All of the respective head of the departments here have done work on different fields. Put it on the net. Somebody would be interested, you will get in touch. I got a very important clue from J.D Singh that ऑस्ट्रेलिया से दुबई से चाइना, जब तक ऑस्ट्रेलिया वाला सोता है, चाइना वाला उठता है, and you have the results on your table. It is a global world. It is going to become smaller and smaller, and you are going to become larger and larger. There's a very beautiful book, The World is Flat.
So, sir, do we have a plan to keep record of placements?
Sir, plans are made by all the people sitting in front. We are only here to implement.
You handle it. Suppose
Simple.
students are absent, then how do you
If he
counsel?
is absent more, the rules say of the university, if he is absent more than 1 week, you please remove his name. He can get a re-admission after, whenever he pays the amount for re-admission, and then he will come with his parents. See,
Is there
the
any
issue
program
is,
for counseling the student?
if you counsel, you can try that, provided he is coming. If he is not coming, see what our problem is, he is not coming, he has failed in the subjects, he is not picking up the phone, his parents' contact addresses that have been given are wrong. We have tried personally to send somebody we do not know. Okay, now you've raised a dead end. What do you do?
Okay.
Now the minute I make a list that from the dean office, these 5 people tomorrow will be rusticated, they are no longer in the university, it has gone to the registrar's office. Believe me, 2 of them pop up in my.
So,
Sir,
should
I
we
just
focus
got to know
more
you.
on counseling the students than just informing the parents and recording the data for our own sake that yes, we have informed you? So, I think that we should be more focused on counseling the students so that they may come in the university, they may learn. Should we do that?
इसके लिए एक और चीज है, आप जब काउंसिल करोगे ना तो आपको स्टूडेंट की एक प्रॉब्लम पता चलेगी. See, no child is bad. There is some problem.
Yes.
He has some speciality always. किसी की इंग्लिश वीक है, वो क्वेश्चन पेपर नहीं समझ पा रहा.
So I
आप
personally
चाहते
feel
हो
that a
एक
student
मिनट.
doesn't fail,
Most of the students
teacher
come,
fails.
Sir, let me complete. Most of the students come to me and they say what? बहुत पढ़ाई की. One student came to me, third attempt in pathology, general pathology. I asked the student, 3 साल के पेपर तो अगर practice करो ना तब भी पास हो जाऊंगा. So I asked the father, I'll ask the student in front of you, what is the reason? I asked कि liver, layman को भी मालूम है कि liver किस चीजों से खराब होता है. वो 4-5 चीजें बता दो. The father said दारू से, fatty food से, ये चीज से, दवाई से, etc. The student didn't answer. So now I told the father, are you convinced that she is studying? He said no. See, the parent, once you make them realize, find the solution. Now what the student wanted, that we had extra classes with general pathology. She had already done that extra classes, 10 to 12 classes, the last time. I told her, okay, write 5 years question papers, go to the general pathology sir, ask him to correct and evaluate, see that what you are writing is actually what the examiner wants. And now I've got a feedback कि वो जो लिख रही है अपने हिसाब से बहुत बढ़िया लिख रही है पर एग्जामिनर के हिसाब से नहीं है. So you are right, counseling does help, but then there are levels of counseling. Like now, there are some people, most of the time it's a multiple problems which are confounded. The student is not bad. There are some family problems are there, some other issues are there, और आजकल तो इश्क मोहब्बत और प्यार उसकी भी काफी.
So should we
More
have
than 30% cases are like that.
No sir, they are not. Provided you do maximum that you have done, you are only supposed to do maximum you have done and
in
document.
earlier university
Sir,
in which I was
documentation is
working,
बच्चा आपका नहीं हो जाएगा.
in fact,
Documentation
sir,
is not the
in
solution
earlier
only. We have to
university
improve
which
the
I was
solution.
working, there was one psychiatrist to handle these kind of things.
That do we have any placement cell? The answer is yes or no. Not talking something which goes.
Placement cell for what, sir?
Placement is placement in education. That's always there. Everybody knows what is placement.
Let me answer this question. In the process of developing the
I think
corporate research,
just I'll take.
let's give him a break from here. Okay, fine.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to alumni. Do we have a formal alumni cell? And the answer to me has only one. If we have it, how do we enrich the network of that? If we don't have it, how soon we go on to create it? You've been talking about it. I think let's stop talking. Let's give it a shape. You need alumni for each one, each faculty, in fact even within faculty, each department. And I think the more active you keep it, it helps everyone. It helps you in getting lot more new ideas even for research, or how are we being perceived after they have graduated from here. Many a time, during the time students are with us, you use any feedback system, you will find it's not truly objective and hence not highly realistic. We live in the world of approximations always, but the more they are away from the campus, many of them start appreciating many things we never understood here or they appreciated here, and many of them say, oh no, you stopped short of the last mile, this could have been better. Had you done that, I would have done it better still. Like you said, let them not work on anything, show them the x-ray, ask them to now write a report in a simple language in not more than 10 words. They will do it twice, they will do it thrice, and then they will say, yeah, I think they can talk. Maybe tomorrow we can say, all right, you have a patient coming in over here, and you have a patient's guardian coming in over here. And we do know a certain message has to go to a guardian which is separate, then it has to go to the patient himself or herself. How do you then distinguish and work on also becomes a part and parcel of that. Placement, I think, came in the second point. Yes, indeed, probably for want of time or the focus, the jobs like placement, the job like alumni cannot be done by the administration department of any university. They do their job, they do a great job, centralized cells always help, but believe me, nothing like each department working on its own. You know the dentists of the country, you know the dental specialists of the country, you know which particular nursing home or a dental clinic is growing up in a big way. I think it's for you very easy to relate on send your students for some internship, send your students for a visit, have those doctors administration come over there, and placement part goes on. I think it's a responsibility of each and every one of us. I would go on to very rightly agree with you, both of you, or maybe others who wanted to say something. Even counseling is not the purpose. It's not keeping record of them. Counseling is not the purpose. Seeing them that they succeed in their life is the purpose. Please redefine the focus. It's not lectures delivered. It's not lectures delivered. It is not the attended to the lecture. Again, we have not seen any positive correlation between scholastic aptitude and 100% attendance. No. So I think we have been quantifying on very easy to measure things than the things which make an impact. And believe me, this was the intent. I hope you got the 2-page note. I do not know, and I still apologize that I think I failed to communicate. But I think I do mention it over here. This workshop, it was then 1 day only, is proposed in the above context and aimed at developing an agenda of action for SGT University to move an agenda of action. We go on to page 2 after I talk of proposed coverage and workshop methodology. Point number 1, the discussion in the workshop will be initiated by presentation by the respective deans and their team relating to their faculty. Such a presentation will cover items 1 to 4 listed above. Item number 1, bringing home SGT's vision and mission through implementation to your faculty. What are you doing it? How are you doing it? Not how the nation is doing it. 2, rationalizing SGT's courses, subjects, papers, benchmarking, and upgrading courses to be contemporary as well as futuristic in orientation of your faculty. Not of the world dental coverage or any other, or engineering or management. Number 3, refining course outlines, incorporating learning outcomes and linking assessment tools like exams, quizzes and submissions to learning outcomes. Number 4, and the last one, enhancing faculty engagement and productivity, very nicely touched up, beautifully, thank you very much. Teaching quality, seminars, conferences, and academia industry linkages, a review and what you intend to do. And this is all to relate to your faculty. The moment you talk of benchmarking, you will then index somebody and say, all right, we would like to do that. So maybe when we say visit other universities, visit and see the infrastructure of the universities, it's nice if you can go international, but I would say, okay, if it's India, in dental, I think, or my faculty think, so-and-so institution probably has a better infrastructure than we have. Can we go over? Can we see? Can somebody see and share? I think is the way to work. Believe me, even in the hospitality industry, the senior most team is paid to visit and stay in the hotel of the best competitors. Find out the facilities, find out the menu cards, find out how many phone rings the response comes in. See how many times when they say, sir, your order is on the way, how long does it take, how many phone calls come in, and so on. Talk to people who are serving in the room as to how comfortable they are, how easy they are, what is it being done to keep them charged and motivated. It's a wonderful point, but I think let's benchmark and work on to that. Nevertheless, I take your point, sir. I just take your point. A wonderful inching up which we have moved on, and I think we need to, just one small point on that. You also pointed out, I think it's a very serious thing, we talk in services management, atmospherics. Create the atmospherics. A uniform or a dress code is part of the atmospherics. We call it lively. A name card is a source of pride for you. At the same time, it makes you conscious that if I do something which is not expected of, somebody will note my name also. These act as soft signals of creating a culture. Hence, a coat, a stethoscope, or walking or a tie, or walking in the same way around. these are to be required and to be made a religion in the campus, at least on all formal occasions, if you don't want to make them in non-formal occasions. They are essential and they are part of the corporate life also. Yeah, yes sir.
Sir, I am from Faculty of Dental Science.
Yeah.
And as you were saying regarding the agenda of action, sir, our sir has started the monthly report of staff.
Beautiful.
So this,
I wanted to cover that
this
point.
is really very helpful.
Absolutely.
Since the PG students and UG sees that senior staff is doing the patients, and we are doing with different techniques, so they see. So they are more encouraged. That sir told that tell, show and do technique.
Very good.
So
Very good.
since they see, so they are more encouraged, and it is helping really a lot.
Compliments to all of you
Yeah.
for joining in. I think that's fantastic activity. Give them a big hand. I hope I can emulate them and make it better. And again, let it not only be a record of the activity. Those comments which he said come in the remarks column are very critical. Because frankness over there will help each and every one. Otherwise it will become a number. Did it? No. I think those qualitative observations and comments are very, very critical. So that each one also has own observation. What did I gain from here? And that's where we further enrich it. Yeah. We have another point coming up. Sure.
Sir, another initiative which has been taken by the Faculty of Dental Sciences, that the Dean has invited the corporates, which is, we have Club Dental, which has almost 60 dental clinics, and we have Access Dental, which is 50 dental clinics, their heads for valedictory functions, so that they are motivated, and he has initiated a program in consultation with the Access Dental, that they may give the guidelines accordingly to train the students and you get the placements.
Very nice. Very nice. I think coming from here, we go for a break. I think you are hitting me on that. We have a break, and before the break, an interlude. I think it may be a good idea if at each faculty level we could initiate a kind of faculty club. A club, quote unquote, I don't mean liquor is served free kind of a thing. I'm not. The idea of a club is informally interact, where seniors must make it a point to be there, okay, as people and the British ladies typically say, let the hairs flow now. Okay, let's interact with the youngsters, find out their aspirations and work on, but don't limit it to only this. Also periodically have an informal chat with the students as well. One of the common complaints have been the faculty is tight-lipped and does not interact with the students. And this complaint is all the more across all, seniors also and juniors also. So probably they come into the class and run away after that. Access is not of technology. Access is of people. We are doing face-to-face teaching. The history of that has been, unfortunately, that even all American universities now make it mandatory that every professor will be available between this hour and this hour. You choose your hour in the office, and students can come in without appointment. With appointment, you are available otherwise as per your time schedule permitting. And in the feedback form, it is taken a very serious note. If there are complaints, faculty is not accessible. And people don't hesitate writing this now. So you have mobiles also, SMS on, you have your own personal time. As I think I mentioned last time, Saturday, Sunday, you're not supposed to, so nobody bothers you. But working days, students expect faculty to be available and accessible. You could tell them how are you available, where are you accessible, and so on and so forth. So much before the charters come in India, that you have to respond so many times and be over there, and then we start talking of everything. The fact of the matter is, our own children, when they go to universities, you ask them how the universities run, and then they give you the stories of that. And then you wonder, how am I being seen by my children? Do they really find me to be involved and dedicated in nurturing people? And if they find 9 out of 10 are not doing, the 10th they don't bother even to ask. So let's look at that. Hence, a good idea, and I would only add on, in that club of your own faculty, do invite people from other faculties of other colleges. Let them simply come and share, I teach this course. This is my innovative way of teaching this topic. You will get to know what other practices are being followed. Now, you might find that they might carry an idea from you and copy it. Sure enough, let them copy it. Let them copy it. If they can do it better, good for you. If they simply copy it, you are certainly being praised for. Nobody will deprive you of your goodness simply because goodness is being repeated.
It was maybe at times not known to many of them, but the ultimate purpose or the objective was to share each other's good points. And afterwards we went up to the extent that even our colleagues have gone for peer rating, apart from Sir's rating, who was the facilitator for the F degrees, and even many other people who were participant in all those EDPs as well as faculty development programs. So precisely there were 3 programs conducted. One was for marketing people and even the administration, how to go for customership and many other things. Second one was for HR, how to take care of their customers as employees and the staff. And the last one was faculty development program on teaching skills and the presentation skills for the faculty, and especially the young faculty, taken from various faculties of our university. So just to encourage them through peer rating, through rating of Sir and many other senior officials who are sitting here, we have adjudged 11 people across the faculty of our university as the best presenters in terms of presentation as well as the content. So now I request Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Dr. J.D. Singh Sir, and Ma'am, and Sir, Chairman Sir, to come and give them the certificates. And I'll just announce the names. This is accompanied with a cash prize of 1100, maybe very, very meager amount, but as far as motivation is concerned, that can be treated in thousands or lakhs. The first, yes, Dr. Aki from medical, she is on official duty. So yes, I would request ma'am or somebody else on her behalf if we can collect and hand over to her. Yes, we can. Anyway, let me mention, this was the presentation without PowerPoint slides. Even at times we are afraid that yes, if you do not have the material, we will be able to deliver or not. This was such a case, which was delivered without PowerPoint slides or other material. Then Dr. Kalpana, again from medical. Yes, please. Then Dr. Sakraja, she is also, I think, on official duty or leave. Anybody on her behalf, again from medical? Then Dr. Namrata Dogra from dental science. Yes, clapping for her. Then Ms. Usha Yadav from nursing. Then from physiotherapy, Dr. Bharti Arora. Yes, please. Then from again physiotherapy, Dr. Sonia Pavaria. And she is one of the faculty colleagues who was very open to give the positive points as well as score for improvements. Very clear cut sheet for everyone that this is what you can improve, this is what you can depend upon.
Your commitment. Absolutely. I think she's
Yes, and one day she said, okay, I'll stay up to 5:30. We were four along with sir that, okay, we will continue. So we were four people, including her, and she has to go to Rohtak if I correctly remember.
We appreciate that.
Yes. Yes. Then Mr. Gaurav Singla from engineering. He taught programming to us in a very lucid way. Programming is a very hard subject, right? Then Mr. Siddharth Shukla from engineering again.
I'm especially happy with Gaurav,
Sir.
unless you arrange him in this manner. He's the first male member to get the award.
Yes, Mr. Siddharth Shukla. Yes, clapping for her. Clapping for him. Correct. Yes, Mr. Amit Dagi from Commerce and Management. Yes, clapping for him. And the last one, but not least and even not light, very heavyweight, Dr. Rana. Yes, Dr. Ravi Rana. So again, the physics, he taught us physics and very beautiful way, use of whiteboard as well as the PowerPoint slides. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
On behalf of the SGT Faculty of Nursing, and the team comprises of who are present over here are our respected Dean, Madam Professor China Devi, myself, Professor J.D Singh, Associate Dean, and along with us we have another three more faculty. She is Associate Professor Mamta and Assistant Professor Sunil Dular, along with one more faculty, Assistant Professor Anu. Since we all belong to our nursing fraternity, nursing is not just an art, it has a heart. Nursing is not a science, but it has a conscience. Keeping this point in mind, we have framed the vision statement, which is at par with the SGT University. Our vision aims at developing a center for excellence in integrated education, evidence-based practice, and holistic service to mankind for its commitment to produce high-quality nursing personnel who are versatile, innovative, and globally competent. The mission of our Faculty of Nursing has three purposes. First one is education, second is research, and third one is service. The primary mission is to improve the health and well-being of society through the impact of research and by educating nurses for leadership in academic and practice roles. In education, the Faculty of Nursing prepares nurses at the levels of diploma, baccalaureate, and masters
who are capable of making significant contributions in meeting changing health needs of the society. Faculty of Nursing utilizes educational models of clinical practice that address compelling societal needs related to health and illness. Diploma study is designed to prepare nursing students to contribute to the health of individuals, families, group and communities through nursing service. The baccalaureate program is grounded upon a liberal education and prepare nurses with the general knowledge base and abilities necessary to function effectively in variety of careers. Master study is designed to prepare scholarly specialized nurses capable of assuming leadership responsibilities, prepare advanced practice nurses who assume roles in practice, teaching, management and research in current emerging healthcare systems. Research related to that, Faculty of Nursing is responsible for discovering, development and transmission of new knowledge relevant to nursing practice and to the formulation of health policy in a multicultural society through basic and applied nursing research. In service, Faculty of Nursing is committed to serving the university, the profession of nursing and society to improve the health of people nationally and globally. So quality is not an act, it is an habit, and that is why we have framed the mission where we go according to that, because vision without action is daydream and action without vision is nightmare. So all of us in the Faculty of Nursing are conscious about it and we follow the vision and the mission statement. Now the Faculty of Nursing, as I have already mentioned, we are having the 3 courses, and the most urgent question being a healthcare professional, what we are doing for the society, we keep in mind that prevention from diseases, specific protection, restoration of health, rehabilitation and promotion of health are the main motives of us which we impart to the students through our various courses what we offer. And those courses are GNM Nursing, which we also call as Diploma Nursing, BSc Nursing, that is a graduation course, Post Basic BSc Nursing, it is the course for those students who have completed their diploma and they want to do a condensed graduation course. For them it is a course of 2 years duration, otherwise the graduation course is of 4 years duration. And followed by that we have Masters in Nursing, where we have 2 years course with 5 different specialities. It is as per the students' need and the students' desire which course, which speciality they want to opt, they can go for, where we have the specializations like pediatric nursing, community health nursing, obstetrics and gynecological nursing, mental health nursing and medical surgical nursing. But at present the Faculty of Nursing is running with 4 specialities excluding medical surgical nursing. So keeping the societal needs, the upgrading courses what we have thought and planned so that we can put it into the next session implementation, that is PhD Nursing, MPhil Nursing, Diploma in Nursing Education and Administration, Emergency and Disaster Nursing, Critical Care Nursing, Oncology Nursing, Cardiothoracic Nursing, Psychiatric Nursing, Neuro Nursing, Neonatal Nursing, Operational Theatre in Nursing, Orthopedic and Rehabilitation Nursing and Nurses Practitioner in Midwifery. These are all, except PhD and MPhil Nursing, are the short courses of 1 year duration where the hands-on experience and skill development courses are available for the nurses to get immediate job in the specialization area. Contemporary and futuristic in orientation, as our nursing has been divided into 2 parts of the service, that is hospital-based nursing and community-based nursing. And in the community-based nursing, we also have the extended and expanded role of a nursing personnel to work in various areas. So keeping this in view, we have the subjects which has been structured in the curriculum process by the professional organization body of our profession, that is Indian Nursing Council, who has done the revision at a specific period of time, and we have the subjects like anatomy and physiology, nursing foundation, that is the fundamental of nursing. They have to learn about the basic principles and the procedures in the nursing, nutrition, biochemistry, medical surgical nursing, pharmacology, pathology and genetics, communication and educational technology, sociology, child health, that is pediatric nursing, midwifery and obstetric nursing, mental health nursing, research, nursing administration, community health nursing, environmental study, and also we have English as well as computer in this course. Now these are the subjects which have been compiled all together, which are been running in the 4 different years of BSc nursing and also in MSc nursing, but the depth of the subjects are more as compared to that in BSc and diploma and post basic nursing. The teaching learning models what we adopt in our faculty of nursing, we believe that the function of education is to teach one to think intensively and to think critically. That is why we follow the Bloom's taxonomy, the revised one, which says about create, evaluate, analyze, apply, understand and the knowledge. So we go according to the lower base of the triangle to the upper part, that is first we deliver the knowledge, we make them to understand and we let them to apply it in the clinical field so that we can have a gap, we can fill up the gap between the theory and the practice. We help them to do the critical analysis by doing critical thinking and we evaluate and we create the awareness among them. So students must be taught how to think and not what to think. This is what we believe in the faculty, and we also practice the SPICE, that is S stands for student centered learning, P for problem based, I for integrated, C for community based, E for electives and S for systematic learning. The student centered teaching, which also been called in short UNCLE, that is unconventional learning exercises. Here we include in our practice, that is student seminars, we conduct student seminars, quiz sessions, question hours so that they can clarify their doubts, small group discussions, PBL, that is problem based learning, which also adds to their brainstorming thinking aspect, integrated learning where we help them to integrate with the different subjects which we can apply it on the patient, because when the patient is admitted, he or she needs not only the knowledge but also the attitude and skill related to the various aspects, like a nurse must know the anatomy, she also must know about the nutrition, the dietary pattern, she also must take care of the social aspect of the patient. So there are many things which we teach, as I have already told you, in the subjects for the nursing course. Then we have experiential learning from the teacher side, bedside teaching, which is very, very effective because we believe that patients are the real books for the students to learn, to develop and to practice their skill. So we have bedside teaching, clinical teaching, demonstrations and also nursing care processes, care analysis, we make them to do in the clinical bedside. As well as clinical conferences, that is the presentations we take up in the clinicals. And also we distribute the students according to the functional type of assignment, progressive patient care type of assignment in the clinicals, and also primary nursing, where we divided all the teachers to give them one demonstration procedure, and under each teacher we have 5 students, so that the ratio of the student teacher is being maintained, where the teacher can give adequate teaching demonstration to the student and help out them to practice in the ward, and that is how the student will develop the skill. These all methods helps in developing critical thinking, competency and reflective thinking, which is very, very required in the nursing profession. Some of the academic activities, because we believe that the academic activities related to the in-house as well as outreach programs are important to develop the students' personality. So we have guest lectures on neonatal resuscitation. We had some awareness programs in our SGT hospital regarding various health days what we celebrate, like World Health Day, Heart Day, Diabetes Day. Then we have Pediatric Children's Day. Different days are being celebrated, and according to the WHO message, we create the awareness so that we can prevent the whole community from the risk. We have some programs on nutrition practical also. These are some of the clippings of awareness programs in the community. And we also have field visits so that the students get a better outlook and they can compare what is being practiced here in our college and what are the other innovative things are being practiced outside, which also we can implement in our area. Academic activities, some more are there, awareness programs. These are all in the community. You can see here the banner also, the World Diabetes Day, which has been celebrated recently. So next we come to the whatever is worth doing at all is worth doing well. And this exactly stands for the examination and the evaluation what we do based on the performances what we give to the students. So the methods of evaluation, we have divided it into two parts, what we practice in our college, formative assessment and summative assessment. Learning progress of students is monitored through formative assessment, that is attendance. It's a very important thing to be regular for the students to be present in the college. Internal assessment, tutorials, assignments what we give, midterm test, seminars, conferences, workshops, outreach programs, quiz and exhibitions. We evaluate them through these are the innovative methods of assignments. Term paper, especially for the master students. Field visit evaluation where they write the report. Class project evaluation. Clinical assignments related to patient's disease condition and hospital administration. So time to time evaluation goes on. And in the summative assessment, we have theory examination and practical examination with viva voce as per the guidelines of statutory bodies. Some of the collaborations we have with the other hospitals like ESI Hospital Gurgaon, RV Hospital Gurgaon, we have General Hospital, that is Civil Hospital, and Sunrise Hospital. So out of these, ESI and Civil is a government setup hospital. At the same time, we also give them the private setup hospital experiences also, so that they can work in better way in both the areas. And the tie-ups we have at the national level with Columbia Asia Hospital Gurgaon, Pushpanjali Hospital, Sunrise Hospital, Women's Hospital in New Delhi, that is for the psychiatric posting, Government Hospital Gurgaon, RV Hospital and ESI Hospital Gurgaon. Community services activities, what we have taken, the community areas, that is CHC, Community Health Center of Farooq Nagar, PHC of Daltabad, PHC of Khadi Hasaru and Gurgaon village. It is not about being the best, it is about being better than you were yesterday. And it is rightly applicable for the faculty to have a faculty development program, which helps them to also get an in-service education and get along with the modern trends so that they can update themselves and give a better outcome to the students and have a confidence level. At the same time, we can also retain the faculty. So these are some of the clippings like stress management. We had a faculty development program in our college itself. Breast cancer and palliative care, recently we had it. Prevention, prohibition and redress of sexual harassment at workplace. This is also we had very recently, last month itself. Some of the clippings of our respected J.D Singh sir's faculty development program, where we had some brainstorming sessions in the last month. Conference on palliative nursing can support. Here we had sent our faculty along with the students to the conference of 2 days in the last month. Then we also encourage our faculties to go for seminars, conferences and workshops. So this is a graph of 2013 to 15, where 44% of the faculty has attended and 10% of them have done their paper presentation. Publications of teaching faculty, in the national level it is 12 and in the international level it is 17. Some of the awareness program again in the civil hospital, like Children's Day and all, has been conducted. So when you are a nurse, you know that every day you will touch a life or a life will touch yours. So I would like to say some of the strengthening point of our faculty, that is we have every month the faculty meetings where we discuss how much is the portion is been completed, how much it is been still pending, how we can allot in a different ways to finish the portion, how will be the revision classes, everything's are being planned, so which we discuss in the faculty meeting. We also have a very good mentor-mentee support team where each mentor they are doing a very good work, and the students' problems are also being solved at the grassroots level. We also have parents-teacher meeting. We conduct it after every sessional exams or after every midterm exams, which we conduct after 3 months, and we make sure that the parents they come and they attend the faculty parents-teacher meeting where we discuss about the progress of the student and the talents which are being hidden and what are the different ways they can improve the students' capabilities and the methods of teaching learning process. Apart from that, we also have different committees in our college level, faculty level, that is disciplinary committee. We have a small anti-ragging committee, journal club committee, and cultural committee. So these are the committees which are actively working for the betterment of the students, because we believe in along with the academic activities, extracurricular activities are also required. Some of the future plans which we have, that is methods of teaching. In that, we would like to include the teleconference and the telenursing, the OSCE and the OSPE in the practical examination, which we don't have. Also, we want to encourage a good number of our faculty for the research programs so that evidence-based nursing practice can be done, and we would also like to have the staff nurses who are working in the hospital, even they can also be included in such type of continuing nursing education program, CNE program, where we can improve their skills and we can make them along with the new trends and modalities of nursing profession. We would also like to have an international student hub so that we can also get a good number of students from other countries like Bangladesh, Nepal, even Africa, Bhutan. So like other universities, they are also having in nursing. So we would also like to have this. This is one of our future plan. Then private-public partnership, PPP model, we would like to introduce in our nursing, though our students are going to the outreach programs in the community, but still we want to adopt some of the communities, and it will be better if we get the funding from the other agencies or NGOs so that we can work, we can take up one community and we can do the nurse practicing there by helping with the help of the standing orders in the nursing for the community, so that we can gain the confidence of the clients in the community and upgrade our professional level. We would also like to have some exchange program and the collaboration with the overseas. Like there are some universities where we would like to benchmark ourselves. We have Mahi Manipal in Karnataka, we have St. John's in Bangalore, we have Ramaiah in Bangalore. So these are some of the colleges, some of the institutions where they are running the exchange program for the nursing students and for the faculty. So once they complete their 4 years course or 2 years course, and we select them according to their summative evaluation throughout the 4-year course or 2 years course, and we send them with the exchange program with overseas country with which they have tie-up, and they also send their student, and that is how we exchange the transcultural nursing part of it, which is very important to serve a patient or a mankind. So this is one of the things. And also admission process. I would like to say something on behalf of our Faculty of Nursing. The admission for the nursing student should be streamlined in such a way that many a times we get students who have come for the nursing profession by chance, not by choice. So it becomes very difficult for the teachers, for the faculties to train them, to mold them, because sometimes some students, they are very rigid to change their attitude. So what we feel that we must have a streamline, like 50% of marks the students should score in the 12th exam, followed by which they can apply for the course in nursing, and they will be eligible to sit for the entrance exam, which is very, very required, I feel, to start up with the standards in the nursing profession for the students' point of view. And after the entrance, the 50% marks If the students they have scored, then they only will be sorted out for the aptitude test. And after that, there will be an interview followed by which the health checkups, and then they can be there for the nursing profession course. And I feel that will be more good in that way, so that we get a good number of effective students to become a future nurse. We are also planning for an alumni because we have started our nursing program in 2012. So the first batch of BSc nursing will be coming out in next year. So we will be also we are having a plan to have an alumni and a testimony from these students, so that they are going to be a mouth advertising for our university to the other people, and they can come for this university to take their admissions. So these are some of the things what I would like to share on behalf of our faculty. So teamwork is a secret that make common people achieve uncommon results. So we believe in that, and with small steps, I hope with our teamwork we will be able to reach these future plans. Once again, thank you for your kind patience in listening.
Yeah, the presentation is now open for your suggestions or anything. Siasta is shaping some of our energy.
That only we prepare, keeping 30% leave reserve and everything, so that we don't manipulate anything, and the faculty they follow that, the students they follow that. The master rotation plan and the clinical rotation plan, every teachers they have their lesson plan, so that they can finish their hours given according to IMC within that stipulated period of time.
And we do give teaching practice to the students as assignments. We give teaching practice to the students to practice.
I have one mention. Can I? It was very nice and very elaborative presentation. I need one clarification. As you mentioned, psychiatric nursing and community mental health programs, etc. Do you have any plans where you can collaborate with psychology department, or I think we have clinical psychology program. So in what way we can be and psychiatric department also there. So can we have some kind of collaborations in order to
We
meet?
have to then sit together. I think, ma'am, which is having some common areas between your course and our course. Definitely we can work out sitting together and making the objectives.
So then it will be more, I think, if it is more collaboration is there, so we will have more presence in terms of psychological health and psychological aspects.
Even we can also refer some of our students, because as a mentor-mentee process, meetings are going on. Like some students, they have some psychological issues related to their economical status or family background. And sometimes we feel that, ma'am, if your support is there, we can send the students for some clinical, psychological guidance and counseling for these students, so that they can be rehabilitated and get back to their normal course, because that is the main problem where we find less of the attendance of the students. Sometimes they don't come, they become demotivated, depressed, and there are many issues. Now definitely we can have a look on that.
Okay, thank you. We look forward for
Yes,
that.
ma'am. Thank you.
Please.
In the pipeline, that which are the universities or which are the organizations you are likely to approach? Like you have talked about Mahim Manipal, isn't it?
Yes, we are having some plans, universities, so that in future, like it is from the next academic session, 2016 session onwards, we will be having such type of things, because our outgoing batch has not been completely ready. We are in 4th year. So once they complete it in the next session, 2016 by August, so before that we will do the ground level work, and we will see what are the parameters we can select, based on which we can decide that these students we can send. Even for the faculty also we will decide the parameters, and that will be one of the motivation for the faculty to get retained, to develop themselves, so that we get a better outcome from the faculty as well as from the students when they go out and work in different other places.
I got it. Thank you.
Similar other new faculties or courses over here, because this program is just about 3 years old now, and they're trying putting it on a level which could take them to even global accreditations. Even thinking of Bloom's taxonomy, I think, is a step. It's a big milestone in the right direction. Working on to it, sure enough, helps to carry more mass.
So the lesson plan also we write it following the Bloom's taxonomy, so the action verbs, and we
Maybe
implement
what
it
you could
also.
also do to help each one of us also get more education put some of these course outlines, select ones in circulation. Let everyone see as to how do they look like, how do they see like, what kind of references come up, how do we need to even get citations over there, how do we work on the assessment and so on. They should be used. It will just help and motivate others. And even if somebody envies you, he or she will do it for better. Okay, so some kind of a jealousy home I think is good sometimes. And indeed happy that you said you serve with the heart, or with the heart you make some sense. I think absolutely you do make sense. But I thought let my other friends also benefit from it. When you say you make your students think intensively and critically, can you illustrate one or two examples? So they could also know how do we make them think intensively and how do we make them think critically. Is it in the assignment, is it in the lecture, is it in the quiz, is it in the presentation, so that in case they would like to emulate, they could go beyond the word critical and perhaps adopt something or seek clarification.
Sir, we give them the nursing care analysis of the patient. Like the patient what we have allotted to them in the ward, the care analysis, the care what they have planned based on the assessment, objective, framing, problem, and then the plan of action, followed by that the implementation. So we tell the students to clarify and give the rationalization why you are implementing out of so many 10 or 20 plan of action, only these specific plan of action is being implemented on the students. So they have to think critically and give the rationalization, and based on that, after implementation, we do the evaluation. If we find that the patient has not achieved that level what we have framed in the objective, we can go back and do the reassessment. That is one part of it, sir. Clinical care, nursing patient care analysis, what we give them. And also, sir, theory based.
Do you compare this with
Yes.
the results which are being registered by the patient?
Yes, sir, we write
you
in
could
the.
You could have chosen an option which a patient is going through.
No, sir.
4 days later, the patient still in the same state. So if it is a rationalization, I would only legitimize why I did so. But if it has not worked on the patient,
Then we see the other alternatives.
Yeah, precisely.
Other alternatives,
Yeah.
Many things with theory-based application, we do it in the nursing. The theory is what we learn from the great nursing leaders, and when we start implementing it, we find the result that.
Wonderful. Wonderful. The second thing which you have mentioned, and I hope it doesn't go as a jargon to anybody, and has not gone so, that we don't encourage our students what to think. We encourage them how to think. Any illustration?
So that is what is the critical analysis or the critical thinking competencies, sir.
How to?
Like this way, sir, the nursing care analysis or the clinical presentations or the diagnosis and comparing with the patient picture and the book picture. So there are certain things which we help them to look forward. Like we just tell them to see this thing, but we don't tell them what to look in that. So that is how we give them some independency so that they should work out and bring to us. If they fail in that, then we do it, but at the same time we explain them that why this has been done like this, so that in the next time when we give such type of assignment, you should be able to do it. And the group participation also we involve. Suppose if in the group 2 students, they have understood and done it properly, we make them as a mentor for these students so that they can help them out in a group discussion, student-friendly manner to get the things.
One more technique which is used quite universally in motivating the students on how to think is what we call painting a disaster. We paint a disaster. Look, you're looking after this patient, the patient is just the next lovable member of your family, and patient is collapsing. What do you do now? At that point of time, they break all the boxes around and start thinking, how do I revive? Similarly, we do it in the corporate world also. We paint a scenario for them. Yeah, all right, now you are in charge of it, go on to it. We do, even if you go to Google, we also have an exercise which is capturing the boat. That you are in a boat and you are about to sink. So now think of whatever you can do. And then each one goes on, instead of asking, what should I, how should I find an option? and they're able to bring out a lot more of skills in them. The idea of how to, I think, is very, very critical. Otherwise, critical thinking cannot come up. And the how to is not rationalization. How to is provoking the engine of a thinking process. Like many a time we say, look, this is the only money which I have got from a child. You want more, I have nothing more. You go and manage the way you like it, I'm not going to do anything. And child comes out and says, all right, mom, can I do like this bit and can I do like this? And you find, yes, child is thinking of the option of postponing buying something or buying another option or saying, all right, we can live without it kind of a thing and so on. And then you intervene to work on it.
So we'll try.
The suggestion that psychiatry and nursing would work on, I think, is once again working on the pre-lunch session suggestion. I think there's a need for inter-faculty collaboration, cooperation for what you call in your vision, producing a well-rounded personality. And that well-rounded personality doesn't know the ABC, but also knows A is always, B is best, and C is for everyone to see kind of a thing. And you could, I think, work on to carry on with that. Wonderful. You particularly mentioned on formative and summative. I think keep it up, keep a good record of it, because academic bodies like to look at that, and they give you, they get overjoyed if you find schools are following it up and so on. One thing could be clear, and perhaps before anybody else asks you, in publication you said 12% publications are national and 17% are international. One doesn't find two of them within 100. So what were the remaining? 12 and 17% if we put together, though we should not, but even if you put together by mistake,
So that is our
they become
future
only
plan.
29.
That is our future plan, sir, to fulfill that.
But
Within the rest of
each one will do 12% national and each one will do 17% international. I hope you don't mind, since you are from nursing and medicine, false pregnancies never deliver.
Sir,
What is 12% of that?
The
And what 17% of that?
percentage might
Could be, you said probably of the total areas publication. These
total
percentages you might have come out with.
Total
Others might have
number.
been magazines and so on and so forth. But then when you present it, either give a number or take it to a whole number. I think before somebody could, there could be a problem. Okay? There's a very interesting book, runs into about 74, 75 pages. It used to be called the Yellow Series book, How to Lie with Statistics. Some of you can pick it up, it's available on pavements also. How to lie with statistics, and many a time we lie like this also. People don't understand, it's gone by numbers in press and so on. Let's not do that. A wonderful point you also said on bedside teaching. I think this precisely is what internship teaching comes in, on-the-job training comes in and so on. And I'm sure others are also doing it, but it's a good point you mentioned. Now, what you have not mentioned, and we'd like you to work on forward, I mean, as we're looking forward, of all these things which we are doing as of now, the impression you gave us, and I hope you are right and I'm also right, you're doing the best. So where the scope for being better than the rest? Is it more in summative? Is it more in assessing? Is it more in teaching pedagogy? So that when we are saying we're preparing to have a quantum jump or a quantum leap, then A, consolidation, and then expansion. So where you have to do like this is one area you could deliberate on in the faculty and work on and accordingly keep us posted. Second, you also listed about 14 courses you would like to introduce as one-year diplomas. 14, 15.
Any one or two out of that.
Yeah.
Which will be feasible
Yeah.
for
On
us.
what basis are you doing the assessment? Or would you do the assessment? Which one to introduce, which one not to? Because introducing 14 of them, once again, we will not be ready. And market will get a wrong message also. So could there be some basis by which we could decide, okay, we will try and prepare for these two first to begin with? Doesn't matter even if I offer one, but if that one becomes acceptable, I can extend on to second. Otherwise, from administrative resource point of view, faculty resource point of view.
Respected J.D Singh sir, it's a great privilege and honor that I am being given an opportunity to present what exactly we are envisaging, not only in the coming few months, but in the coming few years. let me also please begin by saying that I want to be as candid as possible, because even though I can understand the concept of leading SGT to a newer orbit, I must in all humility confess that my department is not at all in order, so much so that even the nuts and bolts have got a lot of, corrections to be done. So one can only project something of a larger context if first the smaller nitty-gritty nuts and bolts have been worked out properly. So I have a very short presentation, sir. I will not take up too much of your time. As I understood it, sir, this entire presentation needed to be broken up into 4 individual units. And I am going to take them unit by unit. The first unit was bringing home SGT University's vision and mission to growth strategy and implementation. Maybe, sir, my interpretation of it was wrong, but my vision was that essentially what we are trying to look at here is how can we motivate the faculty to be able to get a greater number of admissions, better quality of students, and what kind of strategies we need to adopt in the process. So I have just salient points, sir. Introduction of interdisciplinary and dual degree courses in tune with UGC guidelines. Sir, actually I have had the opportunity of working in other universities where this interdisciplinary component is a very much a part of the learning process. But what I have seen, sir, is that all those students who actually were made to go in for interdisciplinary courses had this kind of a mentality where they said, look, kind of already we have got so much of studies. Now you're saying like, we are engineering students, you please go and do some course in hospitality. That was the ground level situation that I saw. Nevertheless, sir, I feel that interdisciplinary learning goes a long way in holistic development, as you put it. So what I have tried to do with my department is that I have tried to start forging slowly links with other faculties within the university. For example, in the coming semester we have got a subject called television production. So I approached the HOD of hospitality and I started talking to her about a potential cookery show. So what happens is that I am trying to do it initially at a very informal level, so that the student doesn't feel pressurized, you have to do this. So rather, another example I'd like to give you is that, you see, we went around for a heritage walk with a very eminent historian called Sohail Hashmi. So in this semester, the children have got a practical paper called radio production. So I told them, I said, look, you see, when we go for this heritage walk, I want you people to record this, whatever this gentleman is saying. So in the process, what happens is by default, they start getting to know about Adam Khan's tomb, and they start getting to know who Kulli Shah is. So what happens is, in my opinion, maybe I'm wrong, please, any one of you, please correct me if you feel that I need correction. If you inculcate this interdisciplinary kind of process, initially at least in an informal way, the student doesn't feel taxed, or the student doesn't feel, oh, there is one more paper I have to appear for and, I have to pass in. So in this particular case, sir, this is where the situation stands, so far as interdisciplinary courses are concerned. Tie up with 10+2 schools for free lectures and workshops on mass communication and journalism to effect greater visibility of the university. Our biggest asset, as I see it, are our students. And nobody can be a better brand ambassador than our students. Also, my department happens to have the least number of students in all the faculties in this university. So, me and my colleague, Dr. Kumar Rajwardhan, without whose assistance this presentation would never have been possible, and as a matter of fact, although I am getting an opportunity to stand here and present it, his contribution towards it is much more than mine. So what we have tried to do is we are trying to evolve a strategy where we identify some really good schools in NCR region and actually go there physically and be able to try and impart an interest in mass communication and interest in the various core areas like radio production, television production, print journalism, so that we are able to influence them even before they have passed out. And plus, since we are going to be doing it free, I don't think anybody in those schools will actually object to it. The third, sir, is inter-school quiz competition with attractive prizes to attract more admissions in SGT University and increase its prestige among 10+2 students. So our visibility can be increased by having like programs of this nature where you're giving some attractive prize and automatically then people start really looking us up on the web or wherever. Streamline coordination with the print media with a view to continually showcase the standards of excellence followed by the university. As of now, sir, what is happening basically is the emphasis is more on events. There is some film unit which comes to promote their film, but there is not much of promotion in terms of academic excellence or the standards that we are adopting. Establishment of a unique dedicated cell for training and placement of students, which is already in place, and hopefully very soon we can also coordinate with the training and placement cell so that we can also contribute our contacts so that a pool of contacts can be made. Introduction of hobby courses to break the monotony of conventional teaching pedagogy. One of the big problems that I faced here, sir, was that basically most of the teaching before I came here was primarily classroom based. So what I try to do is I try to effect some kind of alteration in the syllabus so that at least whatever theory is being imparted is also actually being done by the students. So in that sense, in all the core areas, we have got 100 marks of theory and we have got 100 mark totally practical paper. So let's say, for example, radio production, we teach them how to handle a mic, we teach them what is sound dynamics, but at the same time we tell them we want you to do a news bulletin, we want you to do a countdown show, and not only does it generate interest, in actuality, sir, I have now started getting calls at 1 AM in the morning from my students saying I got stuck in this place, I need to get through, so please help me. So which is like, a very, very gratifying thing because it really shows that, yeah, something is happening. The next one, sir, is rationalizing SGT's courses, subjects, papers, benchmarking and upgrading courses to be contemporary as well as futuristic in nature, in orientation, sorry. Appointment of faculty members as per the subject requirement and with required qualifications as prescribed by the UGC. Right now, sir, so far as my department is concerned, I can say like out of a strength of 4, 2 people can definitely, there is scope for development of 2 of my faculty members. So essentially, as Dr. Sumer Singh has already been stressing, there needs to be some kind of systemized selection of faculty so that we are able to assess what they will be able to deliver before they are actually appointed by the university. That is something which I feel is a very important facet that is not totally being done for whatever reasons. I mean, I am not saying that anybody is to blame. Designing of curriculum and syllabi as per contemporary and futuristic industry demand with a view to making the same more job oriented. Again, sir, one of the experiences that I have had, although I have not had the voluminous teaching experience that you luminaries have, but what I have basically seen, sir, is that in a large number of places, what the student does is, he will fool around for the whole of the semester, he will collect the notes, and maybe 5 or 10 days before the exam, he will cram, vomit it out, with the result that in the next semester, you ask him about what happened in the last semester, there is no connect. So it's, I mean, I don't know what kind of learning that is. So essentially what we are trying to do is, we are trying to balance the two in such a way that once a person makes a radio program, like you mentioned process, once a person goes through the process, he doesn't forget. It doesn't become only academic in nature. It is actually hands-on, he is actually doing it, enjoying doing it, and by virtue of being, enjoying the process, the learning outcome gets like achieved. Curriculum designed in a manner where equal emphasis is laid on theory and practical components. I think I have got it self-explanatory. Constitution of the Board of Studies should have 50% external members who are equally divided between academic and relevant industry. The industry members should be reputed names and the academic members should not be less than the level of professor. Because, sir, what happened here is, I will just share my experiences. Initially when I came here, I was given this syllabus. And that syllabus, spanning 6 semesters, had 5 papers in each semester with 5 credits. So there was no distinction between a core subject, a subsidiary subject. I am not saying I am very knowledgeable about this, sir. I also need inputs. For example, I do not have total clarity that for a bachelor's program, as per the UGC norms, what kind of total credits a student needs to acquire before you can actually grant him the degree. But here, when I landed up, it was like, I mean, you know, it was a kind of, and please, I'm not criticizing anybody. It's just that what can one do when one sees a situation where you are in a position where you are finding, you know, this doesn't conform to the standards. You can either, you know, berate it or run it down, or you can either put your head together and try and improve the situation. So I prefer to do the latter. So what I did, sir, is because of the fact that I joined pretty late, I ideally would have liked a proper board of studies meeting where experts from both academia as well as industry come. See, I do not have total knowledge about all subjects. I come from the realm of electronic media. I can teach radio, I can teach television, I can teach film studies. I don't know much about public relations, I don't know much about advertising, I don't know that much about print media. So if people from the external board of studies come and present their views, I believe we can make a much better and more meaningful syllabus. Adequate quality time to be devoted in the framing of the curriculum and syllabi. Like I mentioned, sir, you see what happens is this is a very, very critical area where we need to pay attention. Because what happens is I've seen in some universities also, they'll make all the faculty sit, give them all computers and say, Vaya, you have 2 days, bring out the syllabus and curriculum. So I don't feel that, you know, that's a very productive exercise because everybody is under pressure, and as a result of that pressure, you know, you don't come out with what you could do best or better. Unit 3 is refining course outlines, incorporating learning outcomes and linking assessment tools like exams, quizzes, submissions, etc. Lecture plan of each subject to be prepared and shared with students on the first day of commencement of classes, which suggested readings and reference books indicated. So what happens actually is that on the very first day, if the faculty member has a lesson plan which clearly outlines that which unit is going to be done which week, in what manner, what are the kinds of supporting materials that you need, then it becomes a much more meaningful exercise. Weekly academic audit of course compliance of each faculty by HOD or the dean. So we need to try and have a system in place because essentially what happens is sometimes colleagues are not able to understand the real nuances of an academic process for which counseling is required, and as a result of that, you see what happens is that unless and until we are not able to communicate with our colleagues on a day-to-day basis, on a weekly basis, we are not really aware of what extent the syllabus has been covered, whether it is being covered in a proper fashion, and so on and so forth. Ordinance for conduct of courses and assessment tools needs more streamlining. The ordinance that we have so far as our faculty is concerned today, sir, is not as ideal as it could be. So there also quite a lot of deliberation needs to be done, and it needs to be more streamlined so that like everybody, all concerned have a better idea that this is the way the ordinance or this is the way the statutes are. Syllabus and curriculum needs to specify course outline and learning outcomes. A robust mentor-mentee program to facilitate better relations between the students, their parents and faculty members. I'm happy to say that this is already in place. All our faculty members have been assigned particular group of students whom they are mentoring. They are in regular touch with the parents. So there is a dialogue happening, and we are also able to tell the parents on a regular basis as to how their wards are doing and what kind of academic progress they are making. And finally, sir, enhancing faculty engagement and productivity, teaching quality, seminars, conferences, FTPs, etc. Sir, it is not going to be possible immediately because I said first we need to put our house in order, in much better order. I am envisaging one national seminar, one workshop and one FDP of at least 7 days duration each year, starting from the second part of next year. One international seminar every alternate year, I would say, sir, this would take at least about 1.5 years, 2 years to actually make it something meaningful. encourage faculty members to attend refresher courses, orientation programs and FTPs conducted by UGC on a regular basis. Create an academic research environment by urging faculty members to write papers for publishing in national and international journals and provide monetary incentive for the same. In this case, sir, the only person who has had any publications or the only person who has presented any papers is Dr. Kumar Rajavardhan, my worthy colleague. And I am very happy that he is now there with us because he can then guide the remaining faculty members, because I also, by and large, because of the fact that I have got a greater amount of experience in the industry as in academics, I can request him that he hold faculty development programs on terms of how to write a paper, what is the process involved. So all of that we plan to do immediately. Mass Communication Department should publish a national journal of its own. So this basically serves two purposes. One is that the faculty gets an opportunity to contribute, and particularly because we are dealing in the field of mass communication, our print media students can also contribute. So we feel that we need to have a separate journal for our school. Run PhD courses with fellowships to facilitate interdisciplinary research. The fellows should also take classes for the prescribed time every week. Once again, sir, Dr. Rajavardhan has cleared his NET examinations. He is also a PhD, so he can run this program on behalf of our department. Explore industry-academia linkages to enable suitable placement opportunities for the students. So essentially, sir, this is the basic outline that we have. I would say that maybe 20% is implemented, 80% is in progress. I do not want to pull any punches here, because unless and until I do not have a personal, true, candid assessment of where I stand, there is no question of going forward. So this is the reason why I try to make it as short and brief as possible. The second part, sir, is that I just want to share a little bit from my heart. See, actually, sir, what happens is that, I don't know if it strikes a chord with some of you people, but at least I must say, there is a sense here, sir, of faculty not being liked. Or there is a sense, at least I have that sense, and I'll give you a small example. My colleague, Dr. Rajavardhan, comes from Dehradun. His wife and his son are still there, because the son is going through the schooling. He requested me and said, look, I am not going to be able to find any place so soon, so if I can get some accommodation, I'd be most grateful. So I approached the HR of this university, and even though many of us are aware, at least I was aware, that there are a lot of rooms that are available, he was forcibly shoved into a room where he had to share it with somebody else, where there was no meeting of minds. There was no arguments or anything, but somebody eats non-veg, somebody doesn't eat non-veg, all kinds of problems. Sir, you see, the thing is, ultimately I had to go to the top person to get this small thing done. And it's a very painful thing to have to go and ask that, I haven't been provided a stapler, chairman, sir, please get a stapler organized. So, I mean, see, these things, unless and until we don't address, one, the faculty needs to feel at home, sir, the faculty needs to feel wanted, and that is something which is not happening here. The other thing, sir, is that basically, I have always been used to following a particular hierarchical style of functioning. Inasmuch, the faculty reports to the HOD reports to the dean reports to the vice chancellor, and so on and so forth. Another problem that is happening here is that kind of hierarchical system is not totally in place. Because what happens is that if that hierarchy doesn't exist, there are conflicting signals coming. And then you don't know whom to listen to. Do you listen to the chairman? Or do you listen to the vice chancellor? Or do I listen to my executive dean? Who do I listen to? Because very often there is a possibility that they may be having conflicting views and conflicting signals. So these are some of the problems, sir, that we are facing. And I wanted to be candid about it because unless and until we don't bring these out into the open and actually do something about it, you see, the situation is not going to improve. Another very simple thing, sir, I have to be very honest with you, I have no clarity about the leave rules in this university. I have no clarity where my salary In what kind of breakup my salary is coming, I have no clue about that. I don't have any salary slip. So please don't get me wrong, sir. I don't want to sound critical here, or I don't want to sound like, as if I'm trying to run down some place. I'm very happy to be here, to be very honest. And I'm enjoying it. But if we are able to iron out these small nitty-gritty, small, problems, things will become a lot better. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Of each faculty by HOD or Dean.
Yes.
So I have one thing to ask from you. At the time of doing academic audit, if HOD or Dean does the audit, he will get the feedback obviously from the faculty. Now, apart from getting feedback from faculty, do you take the feedback?
No, sir,
of
we are
students?
talking about an audit of the faculty as well as the students, both.
Okay.
So what happens is you can corroborate the two, right?
So you will be taking the inputs of both
See,
faculty and
actually,
students.
what happens, sir, is we have something which is known as open house.
Okay.
So what happens is the faculty teaches at the HOD or Dean level, the faculty replies to the queries, how much of this have you covered? Then the children are brought together in separate isolation, either in the presence of the HOD or the legal profile. And after that psychological profile was done, the results showed that he was not at all happy in this university. He was not at all happy, the environment, with the people around him. He was feeling he was at sea. So finally we had to ask him to leave. We had to tell him, okay, you please go back home.
Yeah, because very correctly you have said, because students, they may not feel comfortable to say anything wrong or about the faculty.
Very right.
Because finally that student may get thrashed on it. Okay, he may be thrashed, he or she. But he or she may be friendly to the counselor, he or she may ventilate his or her views. So that way I think counselor's feedback also should be taken. Now, second point, one more point you have mentioned is that adequate time need to be given for the preparation of curriculum and syllabus.
Yes, sir.
So, what's the present scenario in your department? So,
Sir, like I mentioned to you, when I landed up here, I just joined this university in August.
So that part I have heard.
Huh.
What I'm trying to say is that, so don't you think that the present curriculum and syllabus, whatever
it can be still improved, sir.
That need to be improved.
It does need to be improved, but the reason being, like I mentioned to you, I am not an authority on advertising. I am not an authority on print media. You ask me anything about electronic communication, yeah, I can contribute. But then there are other people in the industry also who can contribute, because it has been about 6 or 7 years since I've left the industry. I don't know what's happening in the industry right now. So unless and until we don't get somebody who's right now currently engaged, how will we know how we can improve the syllabus?
Sir, this answer is different to the question which I asked. You are talking about the appropriate recruitment of faculty having appropriate knowledge.
Right.
So that faculty can actually impart the right
education,
yes. Isn't it? So this is something else. You have mentioned that the curriculum and the syllabus that need to be modified, that need to be revamped. This is altogether something else which you are on.
No. See what happens is basically
so
you have a review of the syllabus. In some cases, some people say we'll have a review of the syllabus after 3 years. Maybe we might feel that we need a review of the syllabus every year.
Okay.
So it is a process. It is not something that like, okay, I've made this syllabus, now it is full and final, and like for the next 10 years we'll be teaching this.
Okay.
There's constant change happening, which we have to be aware of, which we have to factor in, so that the teaching pedagogy becomes better, we are more in tune with industry. Like for example, let me give an example. I belong to the linear age of editing. What is the linear age of editing? You put one tape in the player, you put one tape in the recorder, whatever shots you have taken in the field you bring back and you start assembling it on that blank tape. Today that is redundant. Today we have like software based machines, we are using like FCP, which are totally computer driven, hard drive, there is no physical tape involved. So supposing I say in my television production syllabus and curriculum that linear editing, it's redundant today. Print media, Adobe PageMaker. Okay, PageMaker has become redundant. Now the software that we are talking about is InDesign. So it does need constant change. It does need the process that people sit, we talk to each other, have a dialogue, find out from the industry, find out from the academia, and then redraft it so that we keep in tune with time.
I got your point. Thank you.
I was given this brief to find out some people, because you see what happens is unfortunately when you're talking about academics and you're talking about students, this is a highly professional job which needs professionals. You need a professional cinematographer, you need a professional editor, you need a professional script writer. So what I did is, you see, because of the fact that I was so burdened, it's not that I could not have made it. I could have created a team and I could have made it. But the reason why I could not make it was I joined as late as August. The session had already started. My whole emphasis was on the kids. So I did not have time to make a corporate film. So alternatively what I did, I called upon one of my students in Delhi, who was one of my earlier students, who has a studio. I effected some kind of a meeting between Joginder ji and Chairman sir and him. They came to some agreement and a film has already been made, sir. It's already done.
Partly your contribution is also there.
Sir, that is very minimal, sir. I was just a facilitator. The work was actually done by others, sir. So let me not take undue credit.
Sir. Got quite an insightful list of dilemmas you said you have been facing. Let me begin by saying the world of mass communication actually has grown worldwide by thinking out of the box and going beyond boundaries. So far, the professor, head of the department, and the dean to say courses should be interdisciplinary, I think doesn't require to be emphasized upon. Who does not communicate in this school or in this university? And who does not need communication? Yeah, come on. Who does not need communication? So essentially you are the pivot. And you don't need to ask them. You create a hunger in them that they chase you. Okay, don't ask them. After entering the house, after entering the room, don't say, may I come in? You are there. Now have your charisma and get them glued onto you. I think that's the way you have to work hard. For example, presentations are going on. Come over here, sit through the presentation, and do then ask the dean concerned, sir, can I make one informal observation at the end of it? You have made your presence felt. We have been having some of these interactions with the promising faculty over here, is that right? And I think it's with you probably second or third intervention. For third for some of you and second for some of you. You could ask two of your students to come in over here and do the recording. Do the reporting. Somebody reported at the end of the day. They would have got nothing better than a hands-on live coverage, and you could have known how well they can express themselves, how well they can capture the viewpoints, what are they missing out, and then give them the assignment, make a summary of it. As simple as that. Yes. So it's a question of engaging ourselves and moving forward. In this world, to ask somebody, give me something, people hesitate. Our marketing language is, take this away. Save 33%. We don't say you're not spending 67%. You do more than that. Okay? Hence we say, buy two, get 50% of the third one. Or buy for 3,900 and get 500 voucher to buy from our shop only. The world is not to ask for, the world is to give. So here I am at mass communication, my students are bringing out a newsletter. Okay, would you please have a story to share about your faculty? I promise you, much before we publish, I'll give a draft to you for your vetting, for your modification. You'll be too happy to say, all right, at least the English part is getting checked, because mass communication is known for knowing the language which is user-friendly. Hence, if from dental, if from medical, if from physiotherapy, or even from law, we have to give a press briefing, we might find we don't have the right kind of words. We don't know how to start it impactfully and how to conclude it impactfully. Mass comm is trained for that. So why not we walk out onto that? Sure, your idea of saying allow other students to do the courses, the best would be do a workshop. Today everybody is so busy in the selfie. Is that right? Everybody wants to have a selfie. At a mass camp, yeah, organize a 1 hour workshop. How can you take a better selfie of yourself? People will keep following it up. Question is engaging them. And if you don't mind, begin with the hostel.
Sure.
The girls and the boys over here, after 6 o'clock, have nothing to do. Teach them how to take a better selfie, and they'll be too happy to do that. And now move on further, and then teach them the light effects kind of a thing. Then teach them the distance factor, and say now you can make a story of it. Many of us perhaps tumble many a time when we do these kind of things on ourselves, because we hesitate where to go for. Second, very right point you made in, get in touch with the training area or neighborhood schools. Each school, each public school brings out a newsletter, brings out a magazine. Is it right? Yes. Typically we draw our English teachers and other teachers to work along. Do a small workshop in the school. It's we who have to take your students along with them, the senior students, and let them work on to that. It's a time we have to do our own publicity. Nobody publicizes us. We have to develop a plan to do so. We have to do a plan to do so. Luckily today, and thanks to Google for that purpose, and the YouTube, today you find bulk of the media coverage is all co-creation. Is it right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Positive event or a negative event. When Modi ji was speaking in the UK, what was happening? Much before the media people could shoot the event and do that, on the Facebook, already pictures were circulated. Is it right?
Absolutely.
So in the world of the YouTube and the Google, people come out and give the evidence of picture. You see the disasters also getting covered like that, and those become the stories. The only difference is those people have taken the initiative of being ahead of the others and not waiting for others to follow them or allow them to do so. And that speaks for itself. The co-creation highest example is over here. YouTube gets from where?
People just upload.
Absolutely. So you encourage them to do that. How many of your students write on the Wikipedia? How many of you write on the Wikipedia? One. Yeah? Wikipedia, how many of you have written something? Wonderful, fantastic. Wikipedia is free. You're welcome to write. And I would only say, don't go far off. Locate the village you came from. Locate the school you educated yourself from. Find out, is it on Wikipedia? If it is not, do a justice to your school. Write a paragraph on your school. Give a citation or a location map. Again, you can draw from Google and put it on there. You will wait for 48 hours. If some suggestions come in, corrections come in. If they come in, incorporate them. If they don't come in, editorial has accepted it. For all the time to come, that small paragraph along with your name is over there. Be a living legend. Sir, be a living legend. Encourage all of them to do so.
Sure.
We are shy of writing a blog. Ask on people to write a blog.
We shall, sir. I promise.
Okay. I'm sure by interacting 3 times, some of my dental colleagues will be friendly with you. Some of the law colleagues will be friendly with you.
Right.
All right. Help them set up a blog. Please, it's us. Make yourself, if you don't mind the word, make yourself indispensable. If you think of SGT,
Sir, my philosophy is nobody is indispensable, sir. I'm sorry to say that, but I disagree with you.
That is for me to know I am also dispensable. But let them believe. Let them believe for the time being that I come here and looking for you. Fantastic.
Sir, can I give an example?
Yeah, sure.
It's just an example at the fag end of the day. I used to keep on going to Dev Saab's house. Once he said, Bazi was my first picture and it did not click. But you know, Kite, it got all the 3 hours. So sir, that's what it is. You have got the biggest area to do.
Absolutely. Get on to
you can really click on it.
It will. And encourage your students to do that. Anyway, that's part 1. His example of radio talk based on the heritage walk was a fantastic example which once again links us at SGT, if we have the intent and the commitment, we can make learning purely experiential. I'm sure your school and your department will be apparent with NTTV and CNBC and so on and so forth.
Yes.
The only thing you have to negotiate now with them is that our students will not come as an audience accepting in semester 1. Afterwards, they will be the one asking questions.
And then later on place them.
Precisely. It's all that we have to negotiate for. If you don't, then they need a crowd. And we'll be happy, okay, bus is coming and reimbursement is taking place. No, I think we are selling our value too cheap and we don't need to do that. We don't need to. However, I was looking forward to something more. What kind of courses do you offer? How contemporary are those courses? In today's time of Googleization, mass communication and writing skills have gone for a 6. Do we encourage our students to write for the cartoons? Do we encourage our students and prepare them to do technical writings? Technical writings for the medical world is different. Even within medical world, for the super specialties it is different. For writing for the sports is different. Writing for the women in sport is altogether becoming different. Do our people cover those kind of things? Do they do their papers on them? Otherwise, simple media writing is going out of fancy. Investigative writing, the separate words, separate styles, separate domains. So is our syllabus covering some of those things? I'm not questioning. Please don't take it from that point of view. I'm only wanting to know, if not, then these are areas we need to work on because this is where the need for. How much of etiquette and grooming goes in as part of today? We are finding you don't need only people in media, you also need people who are not only presentable but also are charming. Charming has nothing to do with your height, charming has nothing to do with your complexion, charming has nothing to do with anything other than that you can stand properly and make right posture and then draw the attention of the others to you. If not, probably that comes in.
I hope I have achieved that.
Very happy. I think there's a confusion, and probably since it doesn't come from academia, between the word syllabus and the word curriculum and the word audit. A weekly audit is an audit of a teacher just to know what did I plan, how much have we been able to cover. So the 3-4 weeks down the line, for a very simple reason, teachers also teach from the heart. It's not nursing which gets done from the heart. I hope teachers also teach from the heart, and every heart has a soft spot. So few things you like to talk more of them. Is true? And in the process, if you have a very interesting student in the class, they may also engage you to divert your attention from what you intended to cover, and it might happen 3 weeks are gone and you are stuck on the same topic. Or something is missed by. Purpose of the audit is to find out, am I covering everything? But weekly audit does not include student feedback on every week.
Yes,
because
yes.
if you ask them to give you feedback every week, then you will find the feedback process will become monotonous and it will be yet plastic feedback, which is of no use again.
That's why I wanted to clarify.
I thought that's what I thought. I would like to stand
I was
for.
also surprised that how can the weekly audit be done?
That's why I thought I'll stand for. And just
So in fact,
clarify.
may I explain about the weekly audit?
Sure.
And for whole semester you have given a lecture plan.
Right.
So we have an Excel sheet in which you say that yes, the lecture plan of first day have been covered,
Right.
or it may happen that that lecture plan has not been covered and you may have extended it. So cite out the reason that this has been extended.
Fine.
So after 7 days, we the HOD or dean or the departmental head understands, has knowledge that yes, this is the syllabus which has been covered, or this is the remaining portion which has to be taken off. So academic audit doesn't mean that we are going to take feedback of the students. So or neither the
Precisely.
counselor, as my
Precisely.
colleague was suggesting, that
Absolutely.
the counselor should come in between the teacher and the faculty, because there shall be a problem of faith between teacher and student. So only we believe on the teacher that yes, you have done it, we believe on it.
It's good you restricted yourself to saying, all right, we are relatively new and we are covering this. But I think little more of action-oriented thinking has to go on as to what next in the coming year. You joined in August, sure. You were in a rush. All right, now we moved on to the next year also, starting in only less than a month away.
Right.
So I'm sure you will be able to plan for and work on to carry on. But what has not come out, which was needed perhaps, or maybe comes in later, is what kind of audiovisual tools do you use? Not teach them, but tools do you use in teaching in the class? Experiential in the field is one part of it. Very rightly you said, yes, the Adobe's PageMaker is obsolete, absolutely. It's more than 3 years ago it became obsolete. But no syllabus says, only teach Adobe. It says, teach them the editorial content using modern systems. And the systems will keep on changing. So the syllabus doesn't need to be amended if I now want to use the syllabus.
Sir, in our department we are using PowerPoint presentations and supportive video material.
Okay.
There is very little, if at all, of blackboard teaching.
Okay, all right. And what part of exercises become part of it? What percentage of assessment comes from exercise?
Sir, actually, like I mentioned, like for example, let's say subject like public relations. So the theoretical component covers, let's say, what is internal PR, what is external PR, how do you write a press release. The practical part, they are actually put together in groups and asked to conduct a press conference. Or they are given some kind of case study. Okay, you know, this dark chocolate company in Maharashtra and in UP, worms are found in the chocolate. So we want you to do crisis management. So you hold a press conference on behalf, and as if you are a PR person representing that company, and come out with some arguments. So, you know, like they come out with arguments like, oh, you know, actually the thing was just, this is a very isolated scenario, and like, you know, kind of, you can please come and visit our plant and you can see the level of hygiene.
Do you videotape it?
Sir, we do not videotape it, sir, unfortunately.
Do a videotape.
Right.
Ask them to audit it themselves.
Right, sir.
Because content part is very, very important.
Right.
Otherwise, they will all come out, and we were sharing this. When we started working on this, the students will come in the very first week, the very first 3 days, we'll give them a topic. Speak on any topic, we'll video it, including the body language, the content, the way you respond to questions, and so on and so forth. A month later, say, choose a topic of your interest, speak on, and the topics will be a variety of them. No two topics should come from the same industry or from the same walk of life. And yet another month later, we would have another randomly selected topics for them to work on. All 3 videotapes, make a CD, give it to them, watch it out and send to your parents. We started sending that to the parents, and parents could know tangibly how different my child is today in terms of communication, their own confidence comes in. And then they don't ask other than give us more, we want to carry on. I think that's very important. Lastly, communication is a very dynamic field. Every mode of communication is undergoing a revolution. We don't need an academic council other than the one the university requires and the regulators require. I think for each course you can have a body of advisors and experts. Advertising to 400 agency people will be too happy to come in and talk about. Ask students to do the content analysis of that, and you have a data. So will be media and so on and so forth. I'm sure we need to build a network for that.
Yes.
We need to build a network.
We are already in the process of doing that.
And that network will help us to keep coverage also smooth and linkage also strong. Overall, I think good job. Well, I'm sure.
So do I get a prize for it, sir?
We all are the winners, and I think some of us have become super winners by benefiting from the thoughts of the others, and I'm sure you also are benefiting from the thought of the others. And when the previous presentation said, do some bedside teaching, I hope they also said something for you. Yes, do some roadside learning
Sir,
and
actually,
communication.
I am
in
being
artistry.
harassed at 1 AM in the morning, sir. by a student who's so addicted to the radio programs. He says, I have got stuck here. He's calling other members of my faculty at 1 a.m. and like interacting with them. What greater reward can there be, sir?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I don't think there can
Lastly,
be a greater reward.
some of the pain tricks which you have mentioned about, I think the administration will take care of it. You have said it. We appreciate it.
Please do not take it in the wrong spirit, sir. It was just the heart weeping a bit. That's all.
Spirit is never wrong. Spirit never goes stale. So don't worry on that.
Right. Deans and respected colleagues. So it's a pleasure to speak to all of you again. So let me try to be very quick. I have in fact made a roadmap to ensure that I don't deviate. I am just sticking to the exact thing that I have been asked to speak on. So to keep me on the track, I have put the roadmap, and I hope I will be showing the roadmap again and again. So these are the things I am not going to read. These are the issues that I am going to cover in this presentation for the next 20 minutes. The first part of my presentation, I am going to talk about the vision and mission of my faculty, which is made to complement the vision and mission of the university. The vision is this, that I want to be, when I say I mean my faculty, to be recognized nationally and globally for excellence in clinical legal education, community-based outreach programs, socially relevant research, and for honing up lawyering, arbitration, mediation, and client counseling skills. Because these are something which I found the other universities are not doing. And this is a very long mission statement of what exactly we are doing right now to reach to the vision. So this is a connecting factor, it's a connecting corridor. This is whatever is there in the mission statement I have put in are exactly what we are doing as of now. And these statements are intended to take me to the vision where I am dreaming to be there one day. And I have also added a list of 7 very important core values. And this mission statement, I hope all of you will agree with me, without accompanied by core values, I am not going to reach anywhere near to my vision. So we have these core values guiding us every day, every minute. Now, I am coming to the second part of my presentation. This is about rationalizing the courses, benchmarking and upgrading courses to be contemporary as well as futuristic in orientation. I have already made it very clear last time also when I made a presentation that I want to be benchmarked with not less than anything number 1. So the number 1 law school in the country consistently for the last 15 years is the National Law School of India, University, Bangalore, and I want to benchmark it. Our faculty of law. I know that it is extremely difficult to reach to that level, but at least I have an ambition to reach that level. And only when I reach that level, I can take pride of being a part of this institution. That is the place I am benchmarking myself. And fortunately for us, I could get a former Vice Chancellor of National Law School of India, University, Bangalore to be on my board of studies. Luckily, since he is living in Delhi, he is always available to me for any kind of consultation, and he frequently visits us even for small lectures and for our assessments. The second thing, I want to make it very clear because many of you are belong to the generation where I belong, because I don't find any youngsters here, all of them have left by 3:30. At least this generation have a very different mindset about legal education, because legal education was the education of last resort. You don't get a seat anywhere in the country, then you go take up a law course. So that was the freely available course those days. But now the scenario has changed. I come from a national law university where I was working. The selectivity was something very difficult for us to pick up 60 students from 32,000 applications. That is the kind of selectivity that we had. And that is what is now on the statistics is improving, increasing every year geometrically. So it's not the same as it used to be a decade back. Legal profession and legal education has transformed a lot, creating new avenues and challenges in very nice areas of law, creating specialty and super specialty subjects. Those days, you know IPC, you know criminal procedure code, you can go and practice. But that's not the case today. And we at SGT felt the need to equip our students to face the challenges posed by globalization and to equip our students for a transnational practice of law. This is a real challenge for us, because we all know that we are not doing the same kind of shopping which we were doing a decade back. We are not doing the same kind of, getting the same kind of treatment what we were getting a decade back. Everything has changed, and therefore the teaching also needs to change, and therefore I need to equip my students to face the challenges posed by globalization, otherwise they will be rejected by not only by my fellow countrymen but by the entire globe, because a transnational practice is going to be the order of the day, and India has also become a signatory to the General Agreement on Trade in Services. And as on today, previously when some students take up a law program, he only goes for, he goes with an intention of taking up litigation as a practice of law. But today that is not the case. Students come with a lot of options, especially when they come and pay a huge amount as fee and study, end up investing at least 10 to 15 lakhs for getting a law degree. Then they are definitely not interested in spending a long gestation period in the court of law, allowing the time necessary to pick up their practice. They want quick money, because most of the students from the middle class are studying on an educational loan, and they want a quick job. And they want a job which will not only take care of them, but also will be able to repay their loans. So I need to take care of so many other things apart from equipping them just generally for their practice. So there are multiple options which I have listed, and similarly we have made a curriculum which is very futuristic, because for the simple reason that we have included few courses on foreign legal systems. Especially I will explain you the reason why, which no other law school does. We are trying to be unique as and where it is possible. And how do I upgrade my courses to be contemporary as well as futuristic in orientation? As I told you, today we can't afford to be an ordinary law school. We need to provide the highest quality professional legal education to attract the customers, the stakeholders, the students, and therefore I need to upgrade my courses to be contemporary. For example, the Bar Council had given me a list of courses to be taught mandatorily to my students, and this was made sometime, now it is almost 10 years when the Bar Council made that list. They have not taken care of the latest subjects which is currently in demand, which my employer will ask. And if my students will not be able to face an interview with a law firm which is going to recruit them, ultimately my product will be rejected. For example, cyber law. Everybody talks of cyber law, but unfortunately Bar Council does not talk anything about cyber law. Competition law. Everybody talks about competition law. It has become a gold mine for practice. Sorry, there is nothing included in the Bar Council list. The law relating to intellectual property, everybody was talking about patenting, copyright. Nothing. I don't need to teach it, because Bar Council doesn't ask me to teach it. So since Bar Council is not asking me to teach it, can I just simply ignore and leave my students just on the streets and again ask them to go to the magistrate court and appear just only for bails? Or is it my responsibility to give them something extra so that I make them more employable, so that they also place themselves on par with students coming out from cream institutions like national universities, so that they can compete on a national level and global level. So this is what I am trying to do. And now we have been discussing since morning about experiential education, and this is what we are trying to do in our law school, what we call it as clinical legal education. We have two clinics. One is the live law clinic, where the student is pushed to a lawyer's room and he sits there for a month after every trimester, and 3 months in a year looking at the lawyer, handling his clients, handling the issues, and making a presentation before the court. We have a very unique academic calendar to acquire skills, keeping in view the employability of students. Generally, you can say anywhere. I say why it is unique academic calendar, because nobody does it. Every university starts in the month of July, closes in the month of November, and December is winter holidays. And when the students are sent out for internship, courts are all closed. Lawyers do not have a job. And my students also make merry in the streets. Same thing, again they start in the month of January and they close it in the month of May and June. When again the courts are all closed for summer vacation, then the students do not have anything to learn. So I have fine-tuned my academic calendar. The academic calendar of my law school, I will say, is the best, because it takes care of their employability skills. I fine-tune it. I run program. In spite of being in a hot summer, I teach them, prefer to teach them instead of sending them on vacation. And I give them a vacation only when the courts reopen after vacation, so that they are there in the court for internships. And only law school in Delhi NCR to have a trimester system. This is again something unique that we have done. We are only the third law school in the entire country following a trimester system, which is very, very student friendly, and it reduces a lot of stress on them, because if I have a goal of 12 subjects to be covered in a year, which I can cover only 6 subjects per semester, studying 6 subjects at a point of time, given point of time, is very difficult. The kind of students we get in this university. So what I thought is, consciously I divided the year into 3 and give them only 4 plus 4 plus 4. So I cater the 12 requirement. At the same time, the students will have to study only 4 subjects at a time. So the per capita availability of time for the student is brilliant. Similarly, we have a very unique course matrix, keeping internationalization of the legal profession in mind. We follow a cafeteria approach, keeping students' interest and career choice in mind. For example, I don't want to go to the magistrate court and stand for a bail. Rather, I will be very happy doing a case of mergers and acquisitions for a corporate law firm. Why do you compel me to study criminal law? So if you don't like roti, come on here, the rice is there, take it. So it is a buffet of courses that I have arranged, and that way I am very proud of the course matrix that we have at the Faculty of Law, that we follow a cafeteria approach. If I am interested in this particular branch of law, this is where I see myself after 5 years. Brilliant. Come on, take up these courses. So it is a honors course that we have made, and the Bar Council gives us the flexibility to design courses such way, and we have used all our freedom to design the course in a manner which will be beneficial for the students. Similarly, we follow a choice-based credit system. It's again a wonderful opportunity for the students. It also couples with the cafeteria approach. My students, when they studied the criminology, they said, "Sir, why do criminals commit crime?" I said, "Let's ask the psychologists. Why do the criminals behave in a particular manner?" I requested Professor Nudrat last year, "Professor Nudrat, can you please have a course for my students in your department and teach them criminal behavior and what is the paper? Human behavior and criminality." That was the title of the paper. In fact, Professor Nudrat took that entire course. We sent students there. We have certain management courses. I request Professor Sumer Singh to send teachers for my course. So we send students across to other schools to take choices of courses. Sometimes this time also we approached the medical department, but we could not get a teacher for a course on medical jurisprudence. Refining course outlines, incorporating learning outcomes and linking assessment tools to learning outcomes. Of course, this is, since we are only a one-year-old school, we have just completed 12 courses, wherein we need to complete 60 courses for the whole 5 years. So we have just started doing this. We have not completed it for all the 60 courses, but whatever courses we are running, we know what is the course educational objective, what is the course outcome, what is the program educational objective and program outcome, and this we align it with university's vision, mission and core values. And the mapping of the CEOs and COs and POs and POs are also being done. This is how we try to do the mapping of the course objective with the program objective, and this is also reflected in the rubrics. So we follow a rubric. In fact, I brought all the entire files, all the files related to this today. In case if you want to have a look at it, we have a complete set of criteria. The students know on day one that what are the criteria, what are the parameters they are going to be assessed this entire trimester. They will not be taken by surprise that okay, why did, and we follow a very transparent system that on day one we give them the academic calendar on which a day is mentioned on which he can come see the paper and discuss it with his course teacher. A very transparent system. So that he knows he is getting 40 instead of 100, he should know why he is getting 40 and why it is not 41. He should be able to negotiate with the teacher, and the teacher should be able to convince the student that yes, student, you can get only 40, not 41. So it brings in complete transparency, and it brings in a sense of accountability also. The teachers cannot very casually give marks. Now they cannot simply arbitrarily put 6, 8, 12, 9. They will have to explain to the student, otherwise the student is going to hook them up. So we have a rubric made for assessing the things, and we follow complete transparency there. Now, this is something which is related, which is very specific to SGT. What I call it as the Michelangelo challenge. As I told you earlier, when I came from National Law University, we have been dealing with the creamiest of the creamiest students when I had to pick up 60 students out of 30,000 candidates. The challenge there was something different. But when I come here, literally when I joined here last year and when I saw some of the students who cannot stand up and say their name in English, I thought, what is he going to do in a court of law? How is he going to read the entire judgment in English? But then, though I was disturbed for a few days, I got out of that disturbance and I took this challenge, what I call it as the Michelangelo challenge. You all must be aware of this gentleman, Michelangelo, a great Italian sculptor. He was asked, how is that, Mr. Michelangelo, that you are making such wonderful statues? He said, simple. It's very simple. Every stone has a statue in it. What the sculptor only need to do is, he should visualize this statue from the stone and just chisel the unwanted element, the statue is there. And this is what we have been trying to do. As teachers, we are only trying to chisel out the unnecessary things and trying to get the lawyer out of every student who is coming to us. And in fact, sir, I am quite satisfied with the kind of progress that we have made. The boy who cannot say his name last year is today arguing a case for at least half an hour. And that is one thing that we have made here is, we have made mooting a compulsory part of curriculum and assessment, so that every student at the beginning of the trimester is given a hypothetical case and the entire trimester do a research. End of the trimester there is a date given, a bench is constituted, they will hear your case, you need to argue like a lawyer. He argues and gets 20 marks. He doesn't write an examination for 100 marks. he argues a case and gets 20 marks, and this is what we believe in our teachers, and they are all finely chiseling it out and trying to bring out the lawyers. It's only the half thing that we can do now. We do not know how the rest of the thing will come. We still have 4 more years to go. And as far as enhancing faculty engagement and productivity, so we have designed certain forms, preparing and submission of teaching plan well before the trimester begins, and submission of a weekly teaching report. So a teacher needs to know that on Friday evening, he or she will submit that report in my office. That from Monday to Friday, these were I have already the plan for the whole trimester, and she or he comes and gives me the weekly report, and Saturday I sit and review that. I see that, okay, everything is going as per plan. So you don't need to introspect or interrogate like a police. You need not teach your teacher as a teacher, you need not treat your teacher as an accused. We need to only work in a very cordial environment, and you just tell them and take them into confidence about the importance of doing this weekly audit. And periodical review to monitor the plan and action. We organize periodical seminars and workshops. As I told you, we are a very young school. Just within 1 year, last year, our achievement was we could conduct almost 26 outreach activities, which involved 3 national events, 1 national seminar on medical negligence and the law. We had 1 national moot court competition wherein we had teams from all over the country coming and participating, and we had a national essay writing competition on a topic of law. So we had almost 26 programs we could organize, wherein our students could get plenty of opportunity to interact with their counterparts and to reach out to them. And from this trimester, as per the desire of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, we have now introduced a form and made it mandatory for every teacher to submit a research plan for the trimester. What are you going to do this trimester? I know you made a wonderful teaching plan, but what about the research plan? How many papers you are planning? How many seminars you are planning? How many workshops you are contemplating? How many journals that you are going to come out with? So the work of publication of the SGT University Law Review is done at our end. So from our side, all the work is completed. We advertised, we got the registration done, we got all the manuscripts, sent it to review, sent it for review. After reviewers comments, we have shortlisted some 28 academics. Now it is in the stage of designing and hopefully planning to release it in January 2016. The first volume will be released. And for doing an applied research, we have adopted the village Budera, and we are now working as a community by involving the local stakeholders. We have some voluntary participants from that village who are helping us to connect with us, and now it is time for us to send the students to the village to collect live data on issues concerning law.
And rehabilitative interventions. As Faculty of Allied Health Sciences encompass numerous academic departments and degree granting programs, as well as interdisciplinary centers, laboratories, programs whose work cuts across traditional department boundaries and can be attained through proper strategies and implementation with the inclusion of academics, students, research, faculty, which are going to be the backbone of any department or any university. Strategic plan outlines an enhanced vision of excellence in academic programs, greater emphasis on student success beyond the walls of SGT University, expected scholarly contributions in the areas of instruction, research, creative expression and services, and the continued development and expansion of partnerships on all levels. At the center of everything we do is a system of values informing to give value to humanity, and for that this Allied Health Sciences is delivering various programs and organizing various activities. Commitment to being student focused. As being in an academics, we have to be the student focused. The center of our focus should be on students, and unless a student from a department or from a university excels, we cannot achieve greatness for our university or for our department. Commitment to quality education programs. We have to run such programs which provide quality, not the quantity. Because unless we provide quality, we cannot exceed. We can boom, but we cannot excel. As we are seeing in other fields, there are certain traditional fields, there are certain scientific fields which are earlier there in the history, but now the way of teaching, way of learning is changing. That is only through the different educational programs and policies which we are adopting. Then commitment to financial responsibility. I think that is the part of our seniors, so I should not do comments on that. Then international level, in allied health sciences, there are numerous academic councils such as MCI, DCI. But in September 2015, a certain bill has been passed in the Lok Sabha which certain that a department or a different accredited body should be made for the allied health science professionals. Ensure academic program quality and relevance by requiring continuous curriculum review and reform to include annual reviews. As this is a grooming, or you can say a flourishing department which have to be updated every day at every moment, as it includes various departments. It is having an interdisciplinary, or you can say multidisciplinary field in which various departments are coming together on a single platform to serve the humanity. Integrate oral and written communication, critical thinking, technology and information literacy across the curriculum. These should be the part of the curriculum to make a successful curriculum and to implement into it. Offer student experimental learning opportunities to include internships, clinical experience, service learning or international experience. For that, we do not have to just give a lecture and go to ask the student to perform the practical. We have to give the real world experience to them. We have to give clinical postings. We have to make arrangement for their outside world interaction, and in that part we have different programs for that. It may include cultural activities also, academic activities. Offer student experimental learning opportunities. Develop and implement a comprehensive undergraduate research program. I should focus on it, that earlier the research work used to be done by our postgraduate students only, but now we have to make it more practical in undergraduate courses also. We have to motivate the student that at least they can perform a single research, that may be a day-to-day work or any kind of work which a innovative thinking can create. It is not up to that of the postgraduate level, it should be made at the graduate level also. As we have seen from the past, earlier we used to have projects and undergraduate programs. Now they can be replaced with the research programs, or we can modify them. Assess the existing academic organizational structure and study the feasibility and advantage of school structure. We have to make different parameters to assess which system is existing and how we can improve that system, whether it is at the organizational level, administrative level or at the student level. For example, we have introduced the mentor-mentee meeting. That is only when we have assessed our internally and realized that it is somewhat we are lacking, so we have to overcome that. To foster innovation, improve technology transfer. Earlier it was said, okay, no, I do not want to share my notes. But now the trend is changing. You have to share your information. As unless you share your knowledge cannot be expanded. You have to share, and a person cannot take your everything. He is just taking your points. You can share your notes, you can share everything, and net is there, internet is there where you can share everything. And for that we have world-class research and develop partnership that create economic development. For that, we are already having one partnership with the Fortis Hospital and Department of Allied Health Sciences. Expand collaboration with other institutions and organizations. It will benefit both. It is a mutual beneficiary. If we have collaboration with other industries or other organizations, enhance the infrastructure and further build the institutional capacity to allow faculty and students to engage in significant research, scholarly or creative activity that can be at academic level, at research level or at cultural level. If a person or if a student develop in a particular field, he can excel in every field. You have to give the opportunities. At undergraduate level, a student does not know which opportunities are with him or where he can go. For that, we are already having counseling session in our department. We are having placement section in our department under the guidance of Dr. Arora. Then diversify the campus by increasing the number of study abroad and exchange opportunities and institutional programs such as the World to the Window or Windows to the World series. Earlier we used to be limited only to the Windows, but now we have to open to the world. We are not refined to the Windows itself, we have to open to the whole world. Academic collaboration and exchange program with national and international universities. It can be motivated and it can be encouraged. It makes the student facilitate to give them a proper platform to present and to represent not the individual but the university. They present the university and with that the reputation of university is attached, and that is one of the way we can proceed from one orbit to the next level for our university. For second part, that comes the student development. Students are the backbone of any institution, whether it's academic. We should provide student support programs by mentor-mentee meeting, services and activities consistent with the university mission that promotes student learning and enhance student development by giving different
the regulatory bodies like DCI, MCI. What are the requirements of DCI? You go for only that, not more than that. Similarly for DCI, not more than that. But if you really want to go up to the top, as he said, one is essential. That was essential, DCI, MCI. Other is desirable. Desirable is, and I will say with the Faculty of Medical Sciences, why can't we go for accreditation of our laboratory, NABL accreditation? Why can't we go for accreditation of a hospital as per NABH? Why can't we go for accreditation of our blood bank according to NABH? I happen to be lead assessor, faculty member and member of accreditation committee of NABH. I have so far audited 160 labs for accreditation on behalf of NABL, Government of India. I have assessed 15 blood banks. I have assessed 2 hospitals. Now, since I come from Medical College Rohtak, now the director of that institute called me. He requested me to give a lecture on NABL accreditation of the lab. My condition was that you will have to attend my lecture. He said, why? I said that the requirements for NABL are so much that you cannot even think in dream to get your accreditation. And if you are sitting there, you will come to know what are the requirements. And he did attend. I presented for 1 hour. Thereafter, he dropped the idea of getting accreditation. Because it requires big...
Sir, my question, before coming to yes, I was having this question. Do we have any plan? What is the plan for NABL application?
No, so far there is nothing.
So unless we plan, how will go?
So okay, you do. And the second question would have been here also, that if you want, I can deliver the lecture, but the authoritative person should be sitting here. He should know that what are the requirements, only then you can go for it. And for the hospital, Dr. Jha is assessor for NABH. Now, he can deliver a lecture. You may not go for this accreditation, but you can have, people should know.
Sir, sorry to interrupt you, and sir would like to listen that if we have any plan and what are the points to ponder, I think let us discuss that. Otherwise, yes, I think we are fortunate to have the lead assessors, not one, but multiple lead assessors. So I think if we have some plan and some points to ponder, that can be discussed.
Sure. Sir, I have two questions. Sure. Do we have any plan? Do you have any plan to improve the pedagogy? Because sir was insisting on pedagogy, and another one is this is that do we have a lecture plan system? Do we give suggested readings to our students so that they may come prepared for the class when we take the class?
We are asking the student to prepare on a particular topic before they come to the class so that they can understand what they have to be taught. And for that, we are asking them to bring books and notes. Sometimes I myself practice this. I ask the student, take out your books or anything notes you are having, just go through it. And instantly I give a topic to write and to have some discussion on that.
So my question is just when the semester, every lecture.
Not for every lecture.
Do we
for
have
the
any
whole
academic
syllabus.
audit? Suppose syllabus, you have a syllabus.
Yeah.
So whether that syllabus is being covered or not. Suppose there are 14 or 15 faculties there. So which faculties has covered how much syllabus? Do we have any academic audit plan?
Sir, we are having that.
Academic audit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We just check out.
So when you do not have, ma'am, when you do not have a lecture plan, then how you can have academic audit?
Sir, we can, that has been documented but not properly arranged. We are doing
For
that.
academic audit, you need to have a lecture plan.
Sir, for that we need more documentation. That is there lacking. We are planning for that, and we have already some planning in that.
For MBBS teaching, we had for the entire year, which are the topics to be covered by which teacher, but this failed after 1 year.
Okay.
The student enters into a vicious circle. He will not attend classes of second year, and suppose he again gets a supply, which is very common. He gets a supply for the third time also. The regular batch will attend the normal classes. That supply batch student will be at home only, and he will not attend any other further classes till final year. So he enters into a vicious circle. So we should have a supply batch, separate classes for supply batch, and if a student fails for 6 months, he has to be in supply batch. If he again fails, he has to attend classes with the junior batch. This system has to be streamlined, sir.
Absolutely.
Because more than 50% of our students, they suffer because of this system. Even faculty is not clear whether they are supposed to write the exam sometimes or they are not supposed to write. Because if we see the attendance is 0. but they are promoting, they say we have so many students who have just cleared second year exam, their batchmates are appearing for final year, and within 2 months of span they will be writing third year exam, and they have not attended even a single class of third year.
I think your suggestion is very meaningful.
Yes.
We're saying इसको note कर लीजिए, we'll examine it. Quite obviously, the point we're making is making a lot of sense, and this cannot be allowed to be carried out.
Yes, sir.
Because then we become responsible,
Yes,
frankly,
sir. Yes, sir.
in not improving and so on. So I will look into the details and appropriately come forward. Which faculty is it?
Faculty of Dental Sciences, sir.
Okay.
Internal assessment system also, because when we take up internal assessment, then we got ordinances. There we find that there are certain marks are assigned for attendance. There is also details are given for that. Certain marks for assignments, certain marks for test, etc. So I think if we have guidelines according to that and we notify to the students in advance, they will be performing. For example, what happened to students failed in test.
You could have
So we have to allow them to appear again, so that because there is a rule that if a student does not qualify or pass internal assessment, cannot appear in end term examination. So it will be wrong on the part of the teachers to fail the students in internal assessment. So we have to improve that. So that we have been doing in our department.
Wonderful.
That's what was required. So simply listing down these, nurture the personal academic growth of students by expanding their intellectual. What are you doing currently? What are the problems being faced? What do you want to do? Because simply these are bullets which don't talk about what is the current status, what kind of challenges are become the important points for us. Because otherwise we are once again listing down all
that comes under this heading without relating it even to where we are. So I do not know how will we do the consolidation over here. Move on to the next one. Yeah, faculty development. Recruit and retain a cadre. So first recruit, what are our needs, how much is the gap, maybe at a level, if not the number, or both. Then how many people have left us, say on the average in the last 2 years, what could have been the reason for that, what steps do we need to take, then only we can say we'll jump on. So we are not consolidating, I'm sorry to use that. Yeah. Adjust faculty salary raises, timely promotion, wonderful point. So what is timely promotion? Do we have a service policy saying something? If it is not, say our desire is every 3 years, subject to this working, should be promoted, so that we are specific about it, start working on it. To me, this is what all should come in, which was not the purpose of taking so much of your precious time, which you already have put on. The idea was, now how do you go on to relate it? You will go to next orbit obviously after you are fully prepared, but if I am not fully prepared today, what are the areas I need to work on? Take a look at the next one. Yeah, technology development. For example, we have gone on even to say here, develop outreach online. Right? Have we initiated anything? No. So it's a statement of intent. We will do it. Maybe you say, all right, not now. We should over, that's over. But the mixing of this is not helping us really. And one could have within the faculty allocated this work to different colleagues of ours and say, you work on this, you work on this, you work on this. Rather, tell us where are the gaps so that we work on to those gaps. So to me, once again, this is a good intent. This is a good comprehensive listing of what should come in. At the same time, it doesn't say anything about either now or where should we take it. So we can move forward again, just take another one. Yeah. Develop a plan of perpetual maintenance of all campus facilities. Why not we first focus on our own faculty and see how they impinge upon us, what kind of problems have we faced from them. Otherwise this becomes too general for us. Timely upgradation of laboratories. Let's look at the laboratory of our faculty first and see what is pending, what should be the next priority, and how do we go on, which latest technology for which activity we would like to work on, and carry on the activity. I mean, while Dr. Muhammad did say Rome was not built in a day, it wasn't built without a day also. There was a work day and night. Okay, so if it couldn't be built in a day, it doesn't mean it was built either only in the night or was never built. So go on. Yeah, here. Swachh Bharat, Beti Bachao, fantastic. One could have come out already at SGT in the last 2 years. Ever since this department have come in, this is what we have done in our neighborhood. Much before I could go at the national level, can I do some of these things at local level? Could be I, along with my students, have gone on to cover some villages in adjoining to my university and created awareness and data. And then I could have said, we could have done this, we need to expand on the horizon. We did this, I think we ran short of the budget, probably we look forward to more budget. Or then we go for, because good media coverage does not come in. Good media coverage doesn't come in, even if you pay them. Because they have a premium on the space, and a reader like me, if he doesn't read, why will they print it over there? So what is so catchy for the readers to read it? Unless it is comprehensively presented. Unless some innovative approach has been used. We need to again, I think work on. I have a very humble observation to do. And this relates more to other faculties whose presentations have yet to come in. If our presentations relating to our faculty is on similar lines, my suggestion will be, I hope Singh permit me to say so, please stop these presentations right here. Take these next 2 hours, rework on your, sit faculty wise, rework on the presentations. Because this will not really help us even to consolidate or review what we are doing today. Forget about moving to the next. And I don't want your precious time to be wasted. No. It doesn't serve the purpose. We say it very clearly what we expect from you. Rationalizing SGT courses, subject papers, benchmarking. So if you're at the faculty level, you can think of, you can say, yes, I like to benchmark this course with this place, if you like to. If not, move on. Refining course outlines, okay, this is what we have done. This is how we like to link up the assessment. And that's how we go on. I'm not saying cover all the courses of your faculty. I'm not saying cover all the courses you teach them over 4 years or 3 years or 2 years, depending on the kind of program. Pick up some of the sample to demonstrate, yes, this is what we would like to do. This is how we like to bridge up the gap and so on. Enhancing faculty engagement, productivity and teaching quality. What curricula change? Very nice point came in. If we don't even have a coverage plan given to the students, how can we do the audit? It is not documentation. Please, it is not documentation. If we ask them to come prepared with pre-reading, they have to know well in advance as to what pre-reading is required. Pre-reading is never of the entire book. It is of a relevant chapter, many a time relevant pages of the book. Again, respecting MCI and respecting other bodies, they do say mandatory, read this much. You could always say read these additional pages also, which are a more simplified approach, so that people come prepared. If you don't tell them in advance, how can you expect them to be prepared? They can't be reading every chapter of the book and coming to the class. And that's why it comes in, what is the purpose of each session? What is the objective of each coverage? How much is the learning they're going to have it? At the end of the session you will have this. I'm sorry to learn it was started and then failed, the word came in. These things never fail. They only take a pause to re-motivate once again ourselves to do that. And believe me, I'm now speaking as a teacher. Much more than my students could have benefited. I benefit from it. I'm going to the lecture. This is the theme I'm covering. What is my objective? What I want my students to take away? What should be their learning outcome? Then if I have to test the quiz, like you said, you ask them sometimes, come prepared, right? Begin by a quiz on that. Now we assigned you this chapter, all right? We are beginning with a 5-minute quiz. Find out. How many have read it? How many have read it rightly? How many have not read it rightly? And you could begin by answering the gaps that come in over there. You are creating interest in them, that pre-reading is also required, and I help you to understand it if you're not clear about it. But if we ask them to come prepared, and then we don't bother about whether they're prepared or not, once again the message which you are giving out is a different one altogether. So my suggestion coming from this point is, if at all your earlier plan of a teaching class has somehow not taken off, don't wait for the mandatory instruction to come from anywhere. As a teacher, take it upon yourself. Hey, what is it I want to deliver today? What should they learn out of it? Can I check with them informally, did they follow this? Did they get it? If not, how could we improve on that? Very rightly, a point you came in earlier, that students' span of listening is limited. All right, so where do I introduce some kind of a visual, some kind of practical, some kind of a demo, and see and observe how well it is being received? I repeat, it helps me and helps you as a teacher much more before you could calculate how much did it help. Then, and this is very important. Let me go back to my early years in teaching. At that time, teaching in university, we also used to have past question papers. And when you were called upon to answer some of those questions, then you found there were some questions, even as a teacher, you were not clear as to what should be written. You know the content, but you do not know whether this was the intent. The first point came in, language of the question was faulty, which was not making students understand. If that is so, students haven't failed, I have failed. I have failed. So who reviews it? Who reviews this question papers? We need to ask. My request once again, if other presentations which have to come in are journalistic like this, have no empiricism of specifics, what you would like to do, where you would like to improve upon, which is very implicit, then it is good. Take 2 hours break, give a touch up, modify, come back. Let's deliberate on something which helps us to walk on the path, even in the present orbit, before we get ready to jump on that. The focus was leading to the next orbit, and you can't lead until you have secured the home. So let's first secure the base before you fire the next phase. I like to listen. Yeah, well, should we have a break here? Work into each faculty? Since we are now meeting tomorrow also, maybe we'll catch up early and work on. But if the work is not done qualitatively better, there's no point in that work to do. Yeah.
Trying to highlight some achievements of dental faculty, but just because it is personally inspiring to me, I think we can share with all of the faculty since everybody is sitting here. We like, for example, in one of our faculties, Department of Periodontology, the HOD guided the student, they got the DST grant and the UGC grant.
Fantastic.
And today the student is going to Ohio University for observers.
Fantastic.
And
hats off to the faculty of the area.
so this is inspirational, sir. It's a specific point. Another specific point is that we had live surgery demonstrations by oral surgery of distract. The live surgeries were carried out and demonstrated to the students. Similarly for oral medicine, so the laser surgeries were demonstrated. 12 surgeries were demonstrated one single day. So this is also specific of how students can learn.
Absolutely. My suggestion to you is, from anyone, put them as main part of it. This is where our consolidation has been. We have achieved this, now we can jump forward to this. You know, Britishers in the English language coined a beautiful word called PS, which is postscript. Okay, that while writing the main body, if you missed out something, or sometime now diplomatically, we want to emphasize on something, we put it as a PS. Whatever I learned, in Hindi it is called Punascha. And if some of you follow Punjabi, I hope some of you, it is called Picho Sujaya. Let these highlights not come as Picho Sujaya. Come to the main body. This is not an afterthought. So why not it come a pre-thought and a main thought? Include them over there. And this further adds up to the value. Thank you indeed for sharing.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I wish to have the privilege to introduce myself because I am thinking that I am the most young dean in this family. So myself, Dr. J.D Singh obtained PhD from IIT Kanpur. Worked for that the more than 6 years at the VIT. Everyone must be knowing that VIT University Vellore. Then been that the dean for the 3 years at Galgotia University, and then I got the opportunity to be the member of this family. So, but I'm the youngest, and being removed by the most honorable the professor, J.D Singh, so I'm becoming a little nervous also. Okay, but I will try my little best to be that. I don't know that how much I will pass through that evolution process.
We are not looking at that. All of us are doing very well. Okay. Some of us are traveling faster, that's all.
So, as that myself young, that the faculty is also, that the faculty of engineering and technology is also young. And we are having very few programs. The UG program, BTech in that civil engineering, mechanical, computer science and engineering, and electronics and communication engineering. With that MTech, though we are having, but
we are not having a single student in that. So many dividend we are having, but the challenges at the same time. And what about with the future scope? So we are the young, energetic faculty, easier to be trained and molded for a region, for a cause. Ready for adaptation to the new concept. Whatever the concept is going to be given to them, they are going to be fully follow. That is my belief. And definitely, we are having the wide scope for the development. So every moment we are buzzing out with that what we have to do, that many things there. But at the same time, challenges we are having, the overcome on the inertia, and that some of that the part belongs to that the MDU, and only 1 year, that the 6 months that our that own university. So require that very high input at the intelligentsia level and the financial level also, and evolving though and shaping, but there is high risk of the to be G-shaped. At the same time, nothing grown, so we are having that lot to grow. So very bright future we are having. As per that, I have taken this account to be prepared first to understand that what really the education mean for what we are here, and kind of that the mindset we are, because I experienced these things with the many other institutions also. As that this is very beautiful thing is that educated old person is teaching the young minds, and there are always conflict between the kinds of the thought or kinds of the what they want and what we want to give them. So that is that. So I reviewed that the things from, and basically that if you look back to that our time, that the syllabus was fixed not to be revised for the years, 3 years, 5 years. But as of now, the progressive universities are revising every 6 months. I am saying that revising every semester, taking the feedback from the faculty and the student, and then revising that, bridging the gap or the weaknesses, overcoming on the weaknesses with the things. And definitely many things are there, but I don't want to waste the time. But most importantly, the old education system was having high values, high moral values, ethics. So I want to take that dividend, that the advantage to that, incorporate in that my own curricula. So basically, and that, so those systems are not encouraging to that the present generation, Gen X, Gen Y, and Gen Z mindset yet to come. So I'm looking at trying to review that, and you are here for the critical analysis for that, how much we are going to achieve that. And as the mindset also changed that. These students earlier, we used to pay the very high respect kind of that moral and kind of the things with that our gurus. But now time that there's something different, some different kind of the senses is coming, and that is the buyer-seller system kind of things. So we have to review ourselves where we are going to be bought by someone or not. So that is that project learners, who are the prospective buyers, if you see that the mindset, they are having a lot of the information at the fingertips, and they are very advanced in that kind of that having the information, kind to that even we must be knowing that our son or the daughter office prints are, they are very skillful in the operating the mobile and new gadgets. We are trying to learn that, but we are learning from that. So, but the things, and but the shifting preferences, many disturbances, because that time that my media was not that introduced to that the life as such degree of that we are having as of now, but at the same time impatient, they want to attain, they want to get anything within a time. That is the kind of the mindset. So we have to reorient. I am trying to reorient my curricula to fulfill that need. And prefer the challenges and they like that the vibrating environment. At the same time, the employers require the different kinds of variation in that skills. So we have to also provide. I am thinking that you have to judge that whether I am going to wrong path or right path. It is that your intelligence, I want to take the advantage of that. So that is that the employers require that the different kind of attributes and specialization, multiple skills. So there is a paradigm shift in the education, and the young generation require that needs that flexibility also, variations, multiple skills to attend the multiple skills and specialization. They want that interest to be created in the education and the dynamic. So this, at the same time being in the university, if our programs are not being opted by that our prospective buyers, expected buyers, so we have to also analyze that in what way they are thinking. Everyone is knowing that. I'm not going to discuss much more about that. But these are the points that the faculty profile. So if you see the campus placement, slightly we are not up to the mark. Typically, myself, my faculty, I know that. I don't know that what other faculties that is that. Campus placement, definitely we have to work hard, and we have planned, and we along with the ECTA we are doing that, and at the same time we are having the very less number of the students to be placed. So we, and with that intelligence that Dr. Sumer Singh, the guidance or the discussion, you can say that we come up with that the different kind of that the system. Though we are having very less number of the students to be placed, so we are trying to pooling that the other students from other universities and trying to get that be famed, be renowned in that we are providing that the placement to other universities also. As per that admission process, yes, we are not having any entrance examination, but really they have to that, and I have discussed with the people, and we will be trying to do that, and that is also in my plan, but not in this year. It is going to be the next year. We are preparing for that. And the state of the infrastructure pretty good. I hope so. Many institutions I have seen that even they are not having that kind of infrastructure, but even though they are doing the well. So that I don't want that, but at the same time it is really required. We have to do that. And some of the labs I have reoriented, and many are other to the reoriented to the different level. But my concept is that as I am having the 4 departments, so though we are having only 3 floors in our capacity, my concept is that, and we are trying to that, we are planning also, and we are discussing with our heads, and they are suggesting me that each floor has to be for identified or kind of the things given that capacity to that the different department, rather than, so that will ease that. My concept is that will ease the monitoring and the other things. Okay, policies of faculty, no doubt quality and length of experience are also, they are saying that, and here also little bit we have to do that, and we are doing that. We are in the process of doing that. And option availability and free structure, that is the matter of the management, but sometimes we suggest something, and we have suggested also to, especially for the UG program, that is at the par of the UG program, so we have suggested to make it that bring down. Key academic policies and the system and processes. Curriculum and syllabus is coming first, so I have started looking that. I have joined here on the 3rd November, just so that I have started that, and I didn't found that the curriculum up to the mark. So we, along with that our team, doing that, the reorienting that, redeveloping that curriculum. First we have to develop the curriculum, then afterward the syllabus. And the co-academic process, definitely here the very good mentor program is that, but we have to again strengthen that here at the same time. And the seminars are going on, but we have to, once a year or something like that, so we have to increase the frequency. International and national collaboration, that definitely we are not having much more. And so here, in the suggestion you will be getting that, in my plan, that coming slides, we have to establish that the Center for International Relationship, ourselves, kind of that. Many more. Finally, that the most importantly, flexibility. They want the power. They want to that the power. They want to be empowered, and audibility means if they are having issues, it should be listened immediately. So that will be made out that with the strengthening of the mentorship program and definitely the placement. So with that, these are all the things to incorporate, achieve that. In the alignment with that our mission, university mission, very simple two-line vision I have framed here: be known globally for value-added education, research, and innovation at the intersection of the discipline. So that is going to be that, I think, so that evergreen vision, and it is going to be lasting for the long time, even not last for the long time. So with that, to meet it out that the vision, to accomplish those visions, for the short time period, I have framed that the missions is that to create the environment conducive for that the quality teaching learning processes, interdisciplinary research and innovation, to establish academic system facilitating the real learning and the research, to impart the quality education in engineering disciplines, to prepare, because first I have to engineering disciplines, then will I look across the disciplines. To prepare the graduate, be leader in the profession, to inculcate the universal human values, professional ethics and lifelong learning attitude, to empower the learners to devise their own unique path of the education for acquiring with multiple specialization and skills as per their interest and intelligence. On this frame line, I am revising, redeveloping the curriculum and this. It will take time, but I think so within a month it is going to be happen, because it is very different kind of the brainstorming session. We have to have that. And curriculum, sir, that is basically the soul of the program. That's why I am much more giving that the weightage and that much more input efforts I am taking in that. For continual improvement in the quality education, and I have planned that when it will be prepared, it will be benchmarked with that the reputed international institution as well as the IITs, two IITs, which are the famed for that particular program. If it is for the BTech Civil Engineering, then IIT Kanpur. If it is for the computer science, then again for the IIT Kanpur. But if it is for the environmental science and that IIT Bombay, that kind of the plan I am having, because everything I cannot present within the 20 minutes. That's why that. So here that the empowering the students, that these essences, what are at the bottom, I am trying to inculcate in my curriculum, and to achieve that whatever at the top, to have that, to produce the quality product with the multiple specialization, and definitely they are going to be the ambassador for us and helping us to the branding the university, and definitely we are going to have that growth, multiple phased growth or 360-degree growth, that kind of things. Here just in what way, I am taking that to inculcate the senses of the university. What I feel that, I don't know that whether I am wrong or right, but here everyone is the boss of their own faculty, and there is no interaction between that, and no kind of that the courses, no student is allowed to visit that other faculty. So as per the discussion that in that building, to take the privilege of that, to take the advantage of that, we have discussed with the law and the management that we are going to have that the 1 or 2 courses the student freely can opt from there. That is that. So that is going to be the university core courses, science and mathematics. Definitely that is going to have that the foundation courses, and the faculty of engineering technology, that we are deciding that the core courses. Here these things we have decided how many credit hours we are going to put, that how many number of the courses, and program core and program elective. So here see that the university, if you compare with the US universities and others, they are much more that the students are that allowed to take the much more elective courses as per their own interest. So incorporated that, though I could not do at the other universities with the limitations, here I am doing that. So 10 courses for the elective, and if they are going for the particular sub-stream of that engineering discipline, then they are going to be given the certificate kind of the things with the specialization in, suppose for the civil engineering, BTech in civil engineering, they are the 4 streams, you know, and the person who has taken that, the student has taken that 5 courses from the environmental engineering, so it will be given that the specialization in environmental engineering, BTech that. And if it is going for the interdisciplinary management courses, in the management courses, 5 courses from the marketing, so definitely from that they will specialize in the marketing. That kind of a concept I am trying to that here float that, and so that, and but at the same time what I am trying to follow that the ABET, and because I was lucky enough to be that the part of the coordination committee at the VIT to be accredited by that ABET, Accreditation Board for Engineering and Technology USA. So from there I took the advantage, and at the same time the government of India and India itself signed that Washington Accord. So NBA has also taken that all that the attributes, on the basis of those attributes for each program we are defining the program educational objectives. So for that, here I don't want to read that, but it is very specifically civil engineer graduate will be prepared for successful career in the profession in one or more of the following sub areas. So these are the different, and at the same time graduate will be academically prepared to become the licensed professional engineers. That is also that to graduate with the engaged in the professional activities, enhance their own structure, simultaneously contribute to the profession and the society at the large. And the graduate will be successful in higher education in engineering as well as in the management if pursued for that. So similarly, here I have taken that the attributes, what were the prescribed by the ABET, guideline given by the ABET and adopted by the NBA itself. So these engineering attributes, the graduate must have that. So the bullet points are given the engineering knowledge, basically based on that the sciences, mathematics, physics and art, and the problem analysis, design and development of the solution. Similarly, there are the 12 attributes. And more importantly, we have to check that really the graduate outcoming from that, the stream or what we are producing, whether they are attaining that or not. For that purpose, definitely we have to develop that assessment tool. Even I got the opportunity to work with Dr. Saxena, who was the chairman for the ABET for many times. So we have presented the paper in the OSA World Summit on the accreditation. My paper is for the assessment tools, designing the assessment tool to evaluate that how much we are attaining in during that 4-year program. So that also it is planned that, but very specific feature what that providing flexibility, empowering the learner by adopting that this is the here nomenclature I have given for this university only, that is the FRIX, Flexible Research Integrated Credit System we are going to launch here at the FED, because I am in that way, and that incorporation of semester abroad program also we are going to have that, and more importantly mandatory 2 mini project that in that student for the 6 months or the for the during the semester he has to do that some kind of the small project or the small research oriented kind of things. So that is we are going to have that, and we are inculcating that the project based learning and research based learning system. So we have identified that the many courses which are going to cater that learning intelligence, so that we are going to have that, and ASBST, that is that the slot based timetable, what that basically the people, the faculty member who are the coordinator for the different faculty, they must be knowing that the kind of that the pinch, kind of that the struggle when they are going to making the timetable for the semester wise, and to cater that the interest of each faculty, really it is difficult. So I got the privilege, and even that the party inventor, that we invented these things, this concept at the VIT Vellore. So it is catering that any student can take that accordingly. He can make his own plan of that, his own timetable. So that is the advantage. At the same time, it is giving the flexibility to the teacher as well as the department to go for the interdisciplinary kind of the courses also. And very efficiently it is going to be managed. So that is that. And sir, that I want to know that what that your that the critical that analysis that as per my own experience with that VIT, not moreover that the Galgotia University in NCR, the students are not very much interested to take that to attend that the lab classes if lab is embedded with the theory classes. Just to meet out that the 75% attendance, they are just going for the theories. But if you see that engineering is more oriented towards the lab. So with the consent and taken the suggestion with the brainstorming session with the IT Delhi professors, so we are separating that the lab courses from the theory courses. Though the courses is going to be the same, and so they have to have that participating in that the lab classes. And this is that the basically slot based timetable. So suppose in any course that I want to teach and it is allotted to the A1, even in my faculty, that engineering and technology, so if I want to take the classes in that the management faculty, then I should not be allotted the A1 slot. That is going to fix. It is not going to be. It is 3 credit hour slots, and some are the E and F are the 4 credit hour slots, and that is the beauty of this. And it is going to cater, I think, so the each and every program. And more importantly, the Friday last 2 hours for the activity slots. For that the faculty has to give that the special lectures to the concerned students, kind of the research oriented lecture and that kind of I want to take that. So inclusion of special courses on that also we have identified and we have already decided. Universal human values, professional ethics, introduction to that the civil, mechanical and that. And here I am trying to give that the option to switch over that the stream branch to the student after completion of the 1 year. Because with the peer pressure during that admission time, with the peer pressure or the forced by that the parents or somewhere other than the instrumental people, if wrongly it is not suiting his mindset, civil engineering is not suiting mindset, so he should not be punished for the throughout the life. So for that purpose, the guiding course, that is introduction to that each and every student is going to be that 1 credit course to brief outline what is there going to be that, what kind of the skills is going to require in that particular fields, or kind of the prospects of the employment, kind of the challenges we are going to give that each and every student. So if really they want to change their stream, they can change that stream after 1 year. Because if you see that the curriculum, also the engineering curriculum, there are hardly 1 or 2 courses are going to be different in the different streams. So that is that soft skill courses that we have made that, framed that 6 courses from the starting from the 1st semester to the 6th semester, because campus is coming on the 7th during the 7th semester. So by that semester they are going to be ready. Another technical skills also, this is my experience that the students, though the mentality is that they are during the course time, they are preparing just to pass in the examinations. Most of the time, if teaching is not made interesting by the teacher. So that is the kind of that. So to fulfill that gap, so we are identifying that the courses to bridging that the different courses, mixing the different courses to again review that the technical skills what is required for the placement purposes. So that is my plan, sir. And definitely what I said, that providing options to change the branch, empowering students to devise their own with that the FRICS and the SBST to own unique path of specialization as per that over that the electives, departmental electives as well as the interdisciplinary electives, and standardization of the question paper. Though it is that the autonomy of the faculty, but I have, with my own experience, I have seen that most of the time we are framing the question paper in very hurry. So it is not going to meet out that the purpose. So kind of that very precisely I have designed and framed, and I am going to guide my the own faculty. We are going to discuss that, and critically brainstorming session will be there, and critical analysis will be there, and if something is there, it is going to be revised for the assessment tool. That definitely that I said that in the OSHA, that in that line I have devised that formulated, and we are still formulating that and we have done that with the concept that the making the walls, speaking walls. So I have placed the 3 wall mirrors, basically the magazines, so to cater that, to place that, yeah, definitely. And another thing is that very important tool is that academic tool, quality circle meeting. After the each sessional examination, we are going to review that with the student, evaluate that their performance in different courses, and going to take the feedback of the teacher as well as the student. So where, because that is for the mid-semester correction. If teacher is lagging, we are going to have to take that and strengthening that, and if student is lagging, then we are going to motivate them and kind of the things. And for the live relationship with industries, academia, we have started that, and we have identified that the experts from the industries and academic institutions and R&D organization, each had that, thanks to each had that, they come up that with that and very big list, and we have identified, shortlisted that, and for the interdisciplinary relationship, that is very, very important, and this is in the plan. And the one more plan is that I have identified the room for the corporate learning. So the one big room in that building where I have identified, catering that the student, one student is going to make learn another student, that kind of group learning kind of the things. So that we are going to announce soon, within a week. And the service, that is that the definite, that is that, okay, let it be, but very importantly, that we are going to provide the model question paper to the students. So they take the guidance in what way they have to prepare for that. So autonomy, that basically that in a university we can enjoy that more autonomy. So that in that way I am doing this. And here that the one way, that just in what way we are preparing the syllabus, just what are the different things, that just, and definitely that we are giving the evaluation also, mode of evaluation, how we are going to evaluate the students, and more importantly what the program outcome, we have fixed that, and with the course outcomes, how it is going to be met, that the mapping also we are doing that. These are the program outcomes, the top, the 12, and with the physics, what are the outcomes are going to be made, up to what degree, that is also we are going to map that, to devise that the assessment tool. And faculty development program, that definitely started, joined that, and it was initiated by the Dr. Sumer Singh with the very that, and now it is brought into that the different faculty also, and faculty of management and law is going to also take part of that. Saturday presentation, 2-hour presentation from the faculty, particular identified faculty, and we are giving the feedback, the points where we have to further improve that. And workshop, already decided that the modern teaching methodologies and pedagogy, that is going to be there during the December, this month itself, living through key academic processes for 3-day workshop, and it is going to be held during the January. And Mission 10X, that the Wipro, that the subsidiary of the Wipro, they are helping that to improve the academia status in the India. So we are in the contact with that, and the experts is going to come that for that that particular workshop. standard lectures to guide the faculty, and resource material, we are in that contact with the NPTEL, and the GIAN is that just established this is the 30th November at the IIT Kharagpur, and I am in the contact with them. And initiative for the empowering the faculty also, to assist them to be develop, asking the submission. I have asked that the faculty, each faculty, what is your target, what is your goal for this semester and for entire academic session. Not to check that, just to themselves that what kind of a judgment, in what way they are progressing, and to speed up or kind of the, if limitation is somewhere, to overcome on the limitation, that is that the sense behind this rather than the punishing.
But sir, I hope we are on the last slide.
Yeah. Sorry sir. To create the sense of the ownership, so make a different evolution process also I am going to that, give the power to that they themselves devising that. To train the provide the platform for the writing research, definitely that having the FDP for the research, that is not yet decided, but it is going to be that. And modernization of the lab, recognition, accreditation by the national agencies, that is our, this is in pipeline. It is the next semester it is going to happen. Organizing workshop on the research paper writing, organizing international conference, this is the discuss that, and publishing our own research paper, establishing center for the excellence, that is also. And more importantly, sir, that I want to to motivate the faculty, best teacher award, best researcher award also. I will urge that my management at this juncture to have that, and honorarium for the publishing the research paper, writing the book, and performance incentive promotions, fast track promotion policy to adopt. Many more are there. That okay with this. Thanks.
Applicants is far less than the seats, and therefore will you really
Sir,
choose us? The beggars cannot be choosers.
Sir,
so will you really go
yes,
for it?
I got your question. For sake of that, I've been involved in that entrance examination at the VIT University. I used to travel for the 3 to 4 months every year, and that's with the 2005-2006 onward, VIT has grown. If we are having the entrance examination target, we have to make the strategy. Definitely, that is that you are saying that, but I don't want to agree with you, because with my own experience with the Galgotia University also, I deployed that, we have made that entrance examination, though we are taking that the student, even they are not taking that examination. So two-way. So that is there. And Galgotia University, I joined that, how many number of the students, even I am telling you that, with my own experience in the M.Tech, Energy and Environment at the VIT University, when I joined, that only 9 students, 9 and 11. Now you can see that it is gone to the 65. So we have to make the strategy kind of things, and definitely we are going to that. You may be thinking, sir, I am very much over kind of the things, but with my own experience. Any other?
I have one question about output indicators. Being in Gurgaon, where there are so many software industries and so many other industries, like a parent I am asking you, what is the percentage of your placement? If it is not up to the mark, we are not interested in this process, Dr.
Sir, moreover, very importantly, I have to say that we have to be critical, but at the same time, we should be creative, kind of things. As you said that, until and without these academic processes, the strength is not going to be inculcated in the student. And if you are not going to produce the quality product, no one is going to buy it. Whatever that input you are going to put that, let it be. That's why that the all accreditation bodies shifted from that input kind of the things to outcome.
I'm asking the same question.
That's what I'm saying.
Percentage of placement.
No, percentage of placement is not that one day job, sir. That I'm telling you.
First you have to prove your quality.
That's not the answer. I'm asking 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%. And if it is 10%, why 10? If it is 30%, why 30%?
No, sir, actually, we have to start no, absolutely. We have to start the journey with the lower number. In one day, it is not going to be 100%. And you see that the VIT is that started with that the 700 students, and now it has gone to the more than the 5,000.
I'm asking
Sir, what is the existing scenario? This is what is the question.
Correct, ma'am. Here in the scenario, you are saying that with that our student of the faculty engineering and technology with that
No, we are not comparing with anybody. What is the existing scenario in our institution?
Placement
The
percentage.
That's why I am saying that it is the placement cell is not there.
It's there.
Now it is just incubated. It is a very baby.
This is so.
From the morning, that's why I've been bemoaning every time, and why I took in the liberty of annoying you people also, saying, should we have a break for 2 hours so that you rework on that?
Because the teacher should be able to impart what his thoughts are, and somehow I have not been able to get that through this presentation.
Okay. So feedback for him to improve upon further, not deliver.
Thank you, ma'am.
But communicate. Yeah, sure.
This is just
No, I think it's fine.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
We require this kind of openness.
That is
We
the
require
space
this
to
kind
develop.
of an openness. Very honest enough in saying we are a work in progress in totality. I appreciate that. And I think everybody begins someday or the other. And you begin always small. I think it's an old saying, even for a revolution to take place, wheel must move first. If the wheel doesn't move, no revolution will come in ever. A couple of points which are important to ponder over, since 2 or 3 of them came as questions also. I thought I could take them up to begin with. Number one, a very right point you got in, course of studies. Who is the board of studies? I think it's a very, very interesting question, because very often, if board of studies have more people who are the bureaucrats and less from industry, the connect becomes weak because they do not know what the next generation would be needing it.
Yes, sir.
I think my suggestion would be, even from industry, take those people who are younger and not more than 10 years, 12 years past from IITs or IIMs, for they would have once again gone to the ivory towers of their own, which will not be helpful. The other point is, as a private university, it also gives us an opportunity to have an advisory council on the course. So you can have a separate board of studies and you can have a separate advisory council. And that advisory council, you could even make it predominantly industry oriented, keeping placement as a focus in your mind. So if yes, why not draw upon them, because you are meeting the statutory requirements, they ratify, and then you go on to do that. So you don't take policy decision over there, but you take operational decisions over there, and I think you need more operational decisions than you just need policy decisions. So that's one point you could work on. Second point, yes, I think having one's own entrance test, even when the numbers are very small, I think was a very, very good point which got raised over here. I see it as a different merit altogether. Number one, if you only take your own entrance exam and not any public exam, as a private university, quote unquote, we get a negative rating. Because then it simply means you will frame the test to pass a student, or you may not even keep proper records to see that who failed and not, and ultimately you offered admission to everybody. If not first time, maybe 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, and so on and so forth. Now, we have seen it differently altogether. I have also been with startup institutions. We would begin with a national level or an international level test. In management, we began first time in IMI with a GMAT, when Government of India was not wanting GMAT. We said, no, we will have a GMAT. At the time, CAT was not at all there. I'm talking of time gone by. And when CAT came in, sure, have CAT. But then you need to have my own test as well. Because I am testing whether you cater to my program outcomes. If you don't, we will not. So if I'm focusing on internationality, I will look forward to people who have a flavor for thinking international, working in an international environment, and if they don't have, even if they have the best of the CAT score, I will not be interested in. So it's a question of our own choosing the flavor of the program we would like to do it. You are eligible, but doesn't mean every eligible is also qualified to be admitted. Like same happens in faculty. You have so many net qualified. Do we take everybody? Come on. Do we take every net qualified? Why not? You look into so many other qualities also, including the one we are talking right now. Whether you have a communication skill to communicate to the students as to what they must learn out of it. If it is not, we don't. Does the industry take every gold medalist? Are the gold medalists first to be placed? The answer is no across the campuses. Not necessarily. Because I am not looking forward to. I am looking forward to a person who could work for me. And for work for me, other than your own global accreditation, do you have a team working spirit with you? Do you have basic skills that you can relate with the people? And if so, courses like soft skills and so on, I think become very, very essential. And I'm very happy to note they're starting from the very first semester. In fact, they should start even earlier if possible. Because if you don't have that, you can never have anything going on in the class, in the campus and whatnot. So it's a good point over there. I'd like to also add on over here, if you ever have to improve the outcome, process has to be strengthened. The success of any outcome comes later, is the success of process. Those of you who have the engineering background and also the other councils to work on, I think it's a process which went on to adopt the ISOs and formulate the ISOs. We do not grow by adding a zero to the right in terms of our revenue model. So it's very easy from becoming 100 millions to 100 billions to 1,000 billions. It's just one more zero. It's not. It's just not. It's a process which strengthens. And process is, of course, you use a short word for that, and process is the teaching quality, the learning ability, the interaction with the industry, and how people come over a period of time. A beautiful question, and I must admire you for that. Placement as an output. What he should do, right? Yeah, I think what you should do is a focus, and all the more since you are relatively a new faculty here, I mean not new as an individual, new of the faculty as engineering, you are not carrying a baggage. If you're not carrying a baggage, you can make a tower of your own. And if this is so, I think the question can be very easily handled and can be very easily planned and achieved, and that is start networking with the industries in Gurgaon. You are directly available. You have software companies here. Again, with this software, there are hardware predominant companies and there are software predominant companies. Then there are not many LPOs over here and DPOs over here, where the lower rung students certainly go for, frankly. Then you have a lot more applied engineering, science, research centers also over here. What has to be done? And I'd like to share that over here. I hope. Please bear with me. And this can be applied to other faculties also. Go over to them, meet with them, and find out from them that 4 years from now, what kind of skills you would like to have. What kind of specialty you would like to have. The beauty of flexibility in the curriculum is we will then build up courses in the areas industry needs. Many of them perhaps could be improvements over process control courses of yours or project management courses over there, and many of them could be new electives to be floated on. For example, how many years before we had courses on engineering excellence in the campuses, including in IIT Delhi, there was no such course. They came in later as industry needed more and more people. So a good way to start would be with the industry. We have a large number of new hospitals coming up also all around. we could find out from them what kind of projections they are working on, though you would have better information on that. And hence, if these are the kind of specialties the nursing homes are looking forward to because of the kind of diseases growing up in that order, then whether some of our curriculums could be modified, could be enhanced, could be enriched to prepare doctors for those specialties. And what we have done also, I'm sharing this based on having accomplished positive results on that, tangible results on that, is we draw people from those industries to help us frame a curriculum. Through them we get to the network of CII and so on.
That is the plan, that after that making the curricula, we are going to have the workshop.
So work on a multi-million-dollar suggestion you got from here, from Dr. Mahapatra, and thank him also for that. And that is, build a network, do an assessment of the gaps in the skills they need, start orienting your students from here, choose their internship based on that, do projects, let them do those 2 projects over there.
Yeah, that
okay. And you work on, and you work on.
Thank you, sir.
Okay? And the dream will be fulfilled. Sure, you might begin with 2% today, it might become 20% faster because you're working with a cross-section working in the same area. Right? I'm equally happy we're talking of the flexibility and the autonomy. And I like to clarify over here, autonomy of a teacher does not mean teach whatever you like, howsoever you like, and then examine whatever you like. You don't build standards based on that. So, as a dean, as a head of the department, and as a respected teacher, please don't feel challenged and threatened if a university says this should be the format of the examination. That's not being autocratic. It is setting standards of clarity so that you know how much analytical skill has to be used, how much of application skill has to be used. One point which touched me a great deal, and I was champion of that at one time in my life, and that was at SGT, learning is experiential. I'm honestly looking forward since morning as to which faculty is working more on experiential. If it is not, to say my strength is experiential, where is strength? So embody that, embed that, incorporate that and work. A very good hint he has given to us in the medical faculties. He said our engineering students would have the option to choose an elective course, and could be a non-elective course also. We call them audit in the American terminology.
Yeah.
At law faculty, at management faculty. I think medical faculty may consider whether the students in medical doing dental can do some course in physiotherapy, can do some course in allied health sciences. After all, when a patient comes to you, they need more than that specialty, and it might help you. And all the more, if you can somehow diagnose that how many of the students would be interested in running their own clinics or starting their own nursing homes, if not now, 5 years later, 10 years later, can we think of giving an entrepreneurship course to them? Can we think of giving a course on finance, how to make your own balance sheet? Because having done numerous such courses for doctors across different places, we found many a time they themselves are not able to manage their finances well, not able to invest them well, and consequently, while they burn themselves from all the sides, they still end up not making the best of what they deserve. So whether some of those courses could also be available across, I think maybe a thought working on. Benchmarking against IIT, whether Kanpur, Mumbai, Kharagpur, and so on, or even MIT, is a laudable thing, is a welcome thing. But when it comes to benchmarking, I only have a caution. Do benchmark in 2 ways. dream benchmark and like your, we call them beat benchmark. Because again, to leapfrog, you need so much energy to do, isn't it? And if I don't, I may not, perhaps my colleagues may feel frustrated. Second, and I hope nobody minds, it also gives a great excuse to each colleague of mine. Hey, come on, we're talking of IITK. We don't have that infrastructure. We don't have the luxury. We don't have the quality of the students. They won't say what we should do to get it. But they are very easy to be a loud mouth or a motor mouth. So we set benchmarks on two levels. One is my ideal, my dream. I'll keep pursuing. Maybe it takes me 15 years, 20 years, and so on, so for the 10 years. I'm not saying as a young you don't need to be faster enough. At the same time, I also say, all right, my immediate next benchmark comes out to be this specialty, VIG. This specialty, IIT Delhi, this department, or this specialization. It will be easier for us to get going and know then at the end of a year how close we are, how advanced we are, second year. So a doable benchmark and then a dream benchmark. And perhaps it makes us go in the same direction and we could work on. One more observation. One more observation. I do admire your timetable freedom as well, but I think you're going to have some constraints within that because a number of students would like to run away after 4 o'clock and so on, and thinking that they'll stop at 4 o'clock, unfortunately. But anyway, I think that will go on. That will go on. In terms of your intent, a very positive one, I have been champion of that to introduce various kind of awards and so on. I would say don't do it at the faculty level. Let that be done at the university level. Otherwise, there could be inter-faculty, peer group, de-affiliation. And one will not like to disturb the apple cart. Okay? What each dean would have a flexibility of how will you use it? But structurally, I think we need, once again, belonging to a common sense, a common community, have also a sense of that. Idea is fantastic. Everybody should do it. All faculty should do it. And I think I can champion it that we should do it with style and with a promise also. But then let there be some commonality or what is so common amongst us then. I think we need to also have that kind of a broad line of, if I could say, standardization to work on. My very last point is good you talked of the Gendext and the traits which Gendext has. Now the question is, can my learning methodologies use them? Very rightly you said they have distractions, but they have a strong Facebook membership. They have a strong sense of social affiliation.
Yeah, that
right?
Yeah.
So can I incorporate more group learning exercises?
Yes.
Can I do more group project assignments? That's how I need to use them. Can my faculty use Facebook, find out what are they friendly about, and then go on to do so?
Sir,
Your ECE group, for example, you were talking about. You have an ECE group, right? Airtel has come down with the 4G. It's a very strong, powerful program going on. Okay? And then we are also saying, now you can transfer your internet to other family members. Right? Yeah?
Yes.
This can be a wonderful project. I was in a meeting with Airtel yesterday. We are finding it's working in some areas, not working in some areas. And we found very interestingly, over 2/3 of our marketing team didn't even know what does it mean. So you can give it to a family member. Must the family member also have an Airtel connection? Yes. The answer is no. So we said, how does it work? Yes. Oh, simply because you can transfer the number. You can't simply transfer the number. You need a gadget with a gateway. A gateway has to be either installed in the office or purchased by somebody. Hence, project can be done to see how these can be commercially made viable and implemented. These kinds of small projects will be live projects. And Gurgaon is full of companies with young leaders who will give you those projects. So get them associated, spend a little more time in experiential way, And if possible, help your faculty get internship in the industry. So, yes, I think work on it.
Thank you.
Maybe I can initiate 6-7 companies very easily also. Let the people, let them spend a month over there, pick that up, and work on. It's a 1 month agenda for you. Work on. I'll be too happy to see it coming up well and going forward. Thank you very much indeed.